with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the prayer. Prayer tonight is given by Larry. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We especially thank you for this country. We pray that you would preserve it, and we ask that you be with the county board as we make decisions. We pray that they are for the benefit of Shelby County citizens. We also ask you to be with all the office holders in this county to guide them and help them to run their offices in a God-fearing way. We thank you for your blessings. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. We got a roll call, please.
Kenny Barr.
Here.
Barbara Bennett.
Here.
Mark Bennett.
Here.
Teresa Bang.
Here.
Paul Candidate. Here. Brian Kaufman. Dennis Sturdivich.
Here.
Jesse Durbin. Gary Gergany.
Here.
Rod Height.
Here.
Larry Lenz.
Yes.
Patrick Lyons.
Here.
Robert Orman.
Present.
Gary Patterson.
Here.
Gary Piercy.
Here.
John Poe.
Here.
Robert Simpson.
Here.
Jeff Slifer.
Here.
David Switz.
Here.
Don Tate.
Here.
Lynn Williams.
Here.
Okay, is there, moving on to number 3, approval of minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Lyons makes a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob, 60 seconds. Any discussion? Questions, comments about the minutes? Hearing none. All in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We move on to public body comment. Anybody like to stand public body comment back in the back? Sure.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie Nagel. I am the union rep for the AFSCME employees that work for Shelby County. I'm addressing the board tonight because we've been bargaining for nearly 3 months. We only have, the contract expires at the end of this month. We've only got one more session on the calendar so far before this contract expires. These employees are essential to the county. They're dedicated to their jobs, they care about their jobs, and they deserve respect. And respect comes in the form of a fair contract. Some of these folks, they risk their lives every day. The highway guys, they're out there putting their bodies at risk every day for this county. They deserve fairness. We all know what the job market looks like right now. Minimum wage is going up $1 an hour for several years. I have department heads approaching me, asking us to bargain better wages and benefits so that they can recruit and retain employees. When it comes down to it, as I said, it's all about respect. I would challenge the board to envision what it would look like, even for one day in this county, without these employees. Think about the courthouse operations. They wouldn't happen without these employees. Think about a snowstorm. What would the county look like if the highway guys weren't out there plowing the roads? Who would protect the community from dangerous animals? Who would uphold the sanitation standards for the community? That's all of the important and essential work that these employees do. So I want you to think about that, and I want you to send your committee back to the bargaining table with proposals that recognize the hard work, the dedication of these employees, because you can't run this county without them. Thank you.
Anybody else talk about comment? Great.
Just
is reducing the public comment from 2 to 1. I agree that maybe 5 minutes, if one person's talking, 5 minutes is a very long time to just talk. 3 minutes maybe is doable. I think if the public comment's going to be just once, it needs to be at the beginning to address the issues that are going to come up in the meeting. And if it's going to end up being at the end, I think we need to be able to have comments as you hit each topic.
Thank you. Rob?
I had a few questions on a couple items here. On item 12, about the approval for the bid of the police cameras and necessary equipment. It's what all's included in that? Is there you get the camera information, and then at some point you're going to have FOIA requests.
Yeah.
Is that included in this bid, or is there going to be extra money that has to be spent on processing those? Or you're going to have people get caught up in a camera thing that aren't involved and have to have video redacted and people's identities protected?
So just to touch on briefly, what I do know about protected video and sensitive video is there are databases and there are also custodies that have to be maintained. They're all different with certain videos. I'm sure the undersheriff will go into all that in the presentation for his bid. Is there anything you want to touch on right away?
I believe you were asking about FOIA and redaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt about it that we're going to be FOIA'd for body camera video on certain situations, certain cases. And so, yeah, there'll be an expense as far as one of my guys pulling that video up. The good thing about what the program that I'm asking the board to look at is the top-notch, leading in the nation as far as the software that comes along with these is the top-notch for redaction and being able to share the video. It's the best that there pretty much is, in my opinion, of course. So yeah, there'll be some expense by a deputy having to pull that up a little bit, but the expense will be very minimal just because the software is so well in tune to do it. It should be very easy to pull forward. As far as redaction, top-notch as far as redaction. So yes, we will know the law. We do know the law, the body camera law, as far as what has to be redacted, what doesn't, how long we have to hold it. So good questions, but yeah, all that stuff is part of the.
Will be additional cost though, on top of.
No, that cost is it. I should not have any more. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no. Well, I'll have to pay it. If somebody does a FOIA request, I'll have to have the deputy pull it up. So that his getting paid to do it. But
yeah.
I won't pull anybody extra in to do it. It'll just be part of the job of my senior sergeant to do. So yeah, there'll be a small expense on the FOIA part, but there's no more to be added to that bid. That's a 5-year bid, and I should not need any more. There's plenty of storage, cloud-based storage for the program. So,
okay. And is there a cost on that storage?
That's all wrapped up.
All wrapped up.
Okay. 4 terabytes of storage wrapped up into that. And I actually have a full printout of what all is included storage-wise, but it's plenty of storage for what we're going to need. Usually large police departments don't even come close to using that. So yeah, plenty of storage.
Okay. For number 19, the salary question, is that, my question on that is it going to be upping pay to sheriff's pay, or?
That's what the issue is on the agenda for, that's for the board to determine.
Okay. Now, can someone get sheriff's pay without being elected to that position or appointed to it?
The sheriff's salary is set by the position, not by the person, and that salary is set right now. And Mr. McLean is the sheriff until someone else is appointed, whether that be tomorrow or next week, or it would actually be the next county board meeting, or until the next election. So I've put it on the agenda so that the county could clarify what salary he should be paid.
Okay, so
If the board,
Someone who's not elected that position and paying the elected position's salary.
yes, he's in the position of interim sheriff for an indeterminate period, depending on when someone else is appointed or elected.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other public body comment? What? Back here.
I was approached about a noxious weed complaint. Who is our noxious weed control officer in the county?
I couldn't recall off the top of my head.
I can tell you, Jeff Huska is our Director of Environmental Health is.
Pardon?
Jeff Huska, our Director of Environmental Health is.
Okay, thank you.
Fire Department.
I'm sorry, Steve, I can't hear you.
Jeff Huska,
Okay,
our
thank you.
Director of Environmental Health is listed as that person.
Okay.
I believe it's Department of Ag, is that correct? I believe it is, but he is, so.
Any other public body comment? Sonny?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. I'm here to address agenda items 20 and 21. I know this property tax deal has been a big issue, so please don't tune me out. I see there's a desire to inappropriately move $12,000 of taxpayers' money to pay property taxes for public use property. I'm interested about that. I would like to address an opinion letter written by State's Attorney Cronky that was given to the board as evidence that paying the tax bill is justified. Her opinion letter is based on an opinion letter she requested from the firm that is contracted by the Illinois Appellate Prosecutor's Office. All of you received that opinion letter. You should have received the opinion letter from the firm. In her opinion letter on page 6, she declares that this opinion came to Shelby County free of cost. That is absolutely false. I have 3 invoices that the Appellate Prosecutor's Office received from the firm that gave the alleged free opinion. It cost Illinois taxpayers $3,587.50. Not only did every Shelby County resident pay for that opinion, we made every other citizen in the state of Illinois pay for that opinion. I think we all would like to have an explanation as to why that cost was so grossly misrepresented. The fact that a request for an opinion was made, in my opinion, is completely illogical. I'm totally puzzled and confused that we still are hung up on this. The county is a taxing body. We don't pay property taxes on the courthouse. We don't pay property taxes on the sheriff's office. Why are we continually discussing this issue? You're tax exempt. You don't pay taxes on goods. You don't pay taxes on the property that you're held. Furthermore, if this public body votes to pay that bill, you are taxing me, Sonny, a resident of Windsor, and you're disallowing me representation for where you send my tax dollars. You will be sending tax dollars to the wonderful Shelbyville School District, which I have nothing against. But I don't get to vote for the Shelbyville School Board. So you're sending them my money out of the general fund. I pay taxes, goes in the general fund. Now it's going to Shelbyville School District. I have no representation in the Shelbyville School District, nor do I get to use any of the services provided by the Shelbyville School District. It's very simple. It's taxation without representation, and you should not do it. The argument has been made, well, we have received funds from doing this lease for the farm ground, and we'll just pay the taxes with those dollars. Well, the fact that dollars go into the general fund that cannot be extruded separate from any other general fund dollars. Once that money is handed to the taxing body, it goes in the general fund, it's considered general fund money. You can't extrude those out. And if any of you feel like you're in some sort of a unique situation where those taxes are legitimately owed, perhaps you need to take a deeper look at the activity that you've engaged yourselves in to require such a tax trigger. If we owe these, why do we owe taxes when we're a taxing body? Start paying taxes on other things, I would agree with you, then it's time to pay those taxes. The opinion offered, now hang on just another second. The opinion offered in the hired firm, from the opinion that was offered from the hired firm, states section 15-60 of the property tax code provides that, quote, all property owned by a taxing district that is being held for future expansion and development is exempt. except if leased by the taxing district to lessees for other than public purposes. I've heard every one of you guys and gals argue that leasing that is a public purpose. So it's either a public purpose and we don't owe taxes, or it's not a public purpose and we do owe taxes. That is in the opinion that this board caused me to spend $3,500 to get. Read it and educate yourselves. In summary, the reason there is even a tax bill in the first place is due to a lack of filing the proper paperwork. That's outlined in the opinion. And/or we're engaging in illegal use of public property. You're a taxing district. Taxing districts are tax exempt. If you pay these taxes, you're forcing me to pay taxes for services that I do not, nor can I even have access to. The opinion you received was handed to you under false pretenses. It was not free. It cost all Illinois taxpayers money. So you should stop and ask yourself a question. Why is the state's attorney so eager to have you pay these taxes, even so much that she is willing to misrepresent the truth when giving her official opinion to you? Thank you for your time.
I did not misrepresent the truth. When this issue came up with the taxes, there was a lot of disagreement about it, so I called for a second opinion with the Illinois Appellate Prosecutor's Office, which the county pays $8,000 a year to contract with. They're there to help us. So I called the Illinois Appellate Prosecutor's Office and asked if they would give a second opinion on the tax issue because there was so much disagreement. I spoke to Pat Delfino, who is the director. He said that they do not handle the civil aspect, but they already have a contract with Giffen Winning, and it would be free of cost. That is why I represented what I represented to the county board. If they have some billable hour contract with Giffen Winning, I was unaware of it at the time.
Are you aware of it now?
I'm aware of it now,
Okay.
and if the cost is $3,500, as was represented, the cost to you as a taxpayer is not $3,500. The cost to you as a taxpayer is .0028315, less than 1 penny per person that lives in the state of Illinois. So I would call that a free of cost opinion. I misrepresented nothing. And I think people in this county better be careful about publicly accusing others of misrepresenting and being dishonest when you don't have facts or evidence to back it up.
Madam Attorney, I was simply reading page 6 of your quote that said free of cost. I have invoices from that firm. That's a misrepresentation. You admitted just now that you found out, so you misrepresented on page 6. That is not a lie. That is not a false accusation.
I repeated what I was told. That was not a misrepresentation. And $3,500 to the state of Illinois by a citizen being charged less than 1 penny is free of cost. It doesn't even equal 1 penny. It was free to everyone.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree. Thank you.
Yes, we will.
Any other public body comment? Jeremy?
While we're talking about false accusations, I'd like the public to know a little more about an insurance committee meeting that took place a week ago today. The committee, which had 2 of its 3 members present, chose not to recommend to the board to pursue $34,000 of insurance fraud committed against the taxpayer of the county. That itself is bad enough, but in that meeting, your own vice chairman falsely accused me of releasing information that I didn't release. I did not release the name of the person involved in the alleged insurance fraud. I released the amount of the insurance fraud because I thought the taxpayer should know how much it was. But I didn't release the name. He said that I did. I corrected him. He stood his ground. So he falsely accused me twice. What are we going to do about that false accusation? I have reviewed the evidence twice since that meeting to make sure I was correct. And I was correct. I didn't release the person's name. Although there would have been nothing illegal with doing so, because that name was included in an email that is a public document. So I just wanted to touch on false accusations there for a moment. I also want to talk about this farm tax deal. Sonny hit the nail on the head with the school districts, but it's also a township deal, because townships are probably going to get some, or that Rose Township where the farm is going to get some tax money. When the money comes out of the left pocket of the county to pay the taxes, it's going to dole out money to the various taxing districts in which that farm sits before the remainder of the money goes in the right pocket. And so every township citizen in the county, which is every citizen of the county, is going to pay tax money into Rose Township instead of just where they live. Also, because people in Rose Township already paid their taxes, and now their tax money is going to be used to pay for that farm, Rose Township is going to receive a double tax. So it's actually messing over, doing wrong to every single taxpayer in the entire county. It's a double tax on Rose Township taxpayers and a taxation without representation on anyone in any other taxing district in the entire county. So I'm going to ask you not to do that with my tax money. And I'm going to ask some of you specifically, Rod, do you think A&M school district people should be paying into Shelbyville School District? Do you think their tax money should go there? I'll let you answer that yourself. Mr. Gergany, Windsor and Okoff Valley School District taxpayers, should they be paying into Shelbyville School District? Use a little more of your own, right? Ms. Bennett, should Calvin Herrick...
Don't even talk to me. Don't even acknowledge me at all. You sit there and say people are against you or calling you out. You sit there and call me a bully in one of the meetings. So I don't want to hear from you at all.
Do you think Calvin Herrick...
I don't want to hear from you at all. Do not address me at all.
should be paying into Shelbyville School District?
You are nothing but a joke.
You sound like a bully right now.
You are being a bully right now.
No, I'm not.
Mr. Chairman, we have an individual that was speaking out of order. We need to do something about this.
We'll just, go on.
Point of order. It was out of order.
He stops, continue, Jeremy. Finish your comment.
The only other thing I wanted to talk about was the public comment item on the agenda. I can just tell you other places where they've done things like this, it actually causes public comment to explode and blossom and become more and more. People begin to realize that their civil liberties are being limited, and they come in and they talk more and more. We do have a lot of public comment, but you need to understand that if the county would start addressing and fixing some problems, the people would have a whole lot less to talk about. The list of problems is really, really long, and we need to work on it, and we need to solve them. And people have a lot to say, and you go messing with limiting their civil rights, their civil liberties, then public comment's going to get bigger, not shorter. Thank you.
Any other public body comment? John?
Miss Bennett, you were just being a bully right then. And if he wants to talk to you, if I want to talk to you, if any of these people out here want to talk to you, they can talk to you during public comment, and there's nothing you can do about it. What I really want to talk about before you went off on a poor member of the public using his right to speak, like that. First of all, before you vote to pay the interim sheriff or whatever you want to call him extra money, please tell the public what statute authorizes you to do that. I'm not saying you have the power. I'm not saying you don't have the power. I just want to know what power you guys think you have to increase his pay at this point in time. Additionally, paying the property taxes, real estate taxes on the farm. The Illinois Department of Revenue has a process that you can go through, and they will make that determination for you once you provide them all of the information to make that decision. Whether you need to pay the taxes and whether the farmer needs to pay the taxes. There's plenty of Illinois Department of Revenue decisions out there on real estate taxes and on real estate taxes on property that government bodies
own and lease out to private individuals. So before you vote to spend the money on paying real estate taxes that you don't owe and are not collectible from the county, that you could use to fix this water leak that you got a bucket on the pew back there, please ask the Internal Revenue Service, or the Department of Revenue, Illinois Department of Revenue, if they would render a decision. I'm sure your supervisor of assessments knows how to forward that appeal to them. Somebody needs to appeal it. Maybe get the farmer to appeal it. But if you get a decision from the Illinois Department of Revenue, then you have some paperwork, real paperwork that says you need to pay it or you don't need to pay it, or that the farmer needs to pay it. Maybe that's why you're not asking the Department of Revenue. I don't know. That is basically everything I had to say tonight. Thanks.
In the back there.
Marcia White. Ever since I came to my first board meeting, February 2019, we have gone over and over and over the same issues. I'm beginning to feel like a gerbil. I think it's time for this county, and way past time, that we do things legally. Stop name-calling everybody. Get the law and do what the law says. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public body comment? Hearing none, I'd like to move on in the agenda to item 5. I'd like to officially declare the vacancy of the Shelby County Board District 4 County Board seat due to the resignation of Earl Baker. Then moving on to item 6, I'd like to open the floor to Denny Durnovich, the EMA Committee, to recommend approval of Troy Agnew as Shelby County EMA Director.
Okay, the EMA committee at that time, when we started this, consisted of Earl Baker as the chairman, Rod Height, and myself. And on March 3rd of this year, we were directed by Chairman Orman to begin the search for an EMA director. The committee met on several occasions to first agree on the needed requirements and qualifications of the applicants, and number 2, the type of job posting it has and where to post. We first utilized the Illinois Job Service posting system, the one that's located out here on Route 128, to which we received 0 responses. With the assistance of the county clerk, we contacted county municipalities, townships, and fire districts throughout the county. We then received a total of 3 applicants, and we even received a 4th one earlier than that from out of county. Extensive background checks and interviews were conducted by members of the committee, and after all of that was said and done, the committee agreed unanimously that our choice for EMA director would be Mr. Troy Agnew. And at this time, I would like to have Troy step up front here and give a brief bio on his resume, and then I could open it up to questions for any of the board.
My name is Troy Agnew. Spent 38 years in the fire service, for over 20 in the EMS world. I work hazmat at the present time. I'm certified as a hazmat instructor for hazmat awareness and incident command and things as such. My thoughts of the EMA coordinator is just that. You go to incident and you see what you do to help that community, help that stricken department, that community, whether it be a municipality, fire department, law enforcement, EMS, don't care. What can we do to help you out? Not take charge. We're there to help out.
approve him, Denny? Or has he already been approved?
Yeah.
We need to approve him?
I do have one question. I mean, before we had it, one person done it all. He don't need an office, we know that. Keep records, et cetera. And right now, with our zoning officer, got all his stuff, where Jared had it, and hasn't been moved. But I don't see how they can share that same desk. But there is another office in that building over there. But right now, it's packed full of stuff that came in for emergencies, like rubber gloves, masks, it's full. And that would be a good office, but that stuff needs to go somewhere, so I want to bring that to somebody's attention, because Bill and I looked at it the other day, and it is full of cases of all kinds of stuff for emergencies. I don't know where that comes in to be distributed out, or wait till the emergency happens, or what, but something needs to be thought about there too, because he will definitely be in office too.
Right, I do believe that in the committee meetings, it was intended that that office would be, whether it's the office or the side room, be shared somehow, some way, and I would let them.
That room is full.
So I guess at this time, I would make
Okay, well, just go ahead.
I would make a motion that we hire Mr. Troy Agnew as a new EMA director, coordinator.
Have a motion on the floor, second by Kenny Barr. Question?
I still thought we was in discussion before we were going to be doing the nominating. I was kind of curious what the final qualification factors were. I don't know who all the applicants were, but I certainly know who one of them was because I called him myself, Denny. And I also know that person's qualifications, and I'm just kind of curious what the deciding factor was to lean you to.
Well, without using any names.
Yeah, I don't want to use names.
That person that you called me about, we asked during the interview process if he had ever applied for any grants, which is going to be a big part of this position. He replied no. I didn't want to do this.
That's okay.
But
I'm just curious.
also, I've got in the interview process, I could show this to you. That was written by them, and you could read that right there. I have no.
Is that for everybody?
Okay.
Is that for everybody?
I don't want to,
I mean, bottom line, it is a public record. If he wants to see this, he can play it.
I'll show it to you. I don't want to defame the guy.
A resume is a resume. Prior to any input, please. Any input?
I don't know what
prior
it
to-
says, is it something? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well,
Okay, not wanting to hurt the gentleman or anything. This person that we had talked about called me at home, and he wanted to put in that application, and he did, and we interviewed him, and he said, I even got a letter of recommendation from FEMA, Federal Emergency Management. And I've got a copy of the letter here, and he does. And it's signed by a woman, and it turns out it's his daughter. And on the letter of recommendation, she states in the second sentence, I have known this person for 10 plus years. And he's a nice guy, and I don't want to hurt him. But even in the interview, he said it. He said to us, when I asked him about it, he said, it looks kind of fishy, don't it? Yeah, it does. So between that and not applying for grants,
Thank you for explaining. It makes perfect sense.
and I hope I didn't offend anybody. I'm trying to,
No, you didn't.
walk a tight line here.
Then you handled it very well.
Okay.
My hat's off to you. You did a great job of handling a sensitive subject in an open environment.
But I want to tell you, there was a lot of work put into this position. I know because I did it. I drove all over.
Yes, he did.
Good job,
And I interviewed a lot of people, just trying to get the right fit for the county
Thank you very much.
and the job.
I have a call for the vote. Before we call the vote, any other questions, comments?
All right.
I have one more.
I'm just gonna say, since I'm being asked to vote to hire somebody, the other resume, that obviously wasn't anything that made it into the board packets. Is that something that you should have been able to see to compare and make sure that the rest of the board would agree with that decision, I guess?
Well, the committee is assigned to bring a candidate to the board for approval. And the committee meetings are open to other board members if you'd like to attend.
And the same with when, the road and bridge doing their work, or zoning did their work. The committee did that type of work, so.
I got full confidence in being in this group.
I call for a vote. I'd like to take a vote. All in favor of hiring Troy for EMA, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All in favor, one no.
I'd like to add one last thing. When I mentioned Jessica, she went above and beyond helping the committee. And at one point, when she received
Troy, thank you.
an applicant's resume and stuff, she even personally drove it out to my house. And I appreciate that. And I think she needs to be, the board needs to be appraised that. And I'd also like to thank the state's attorney, which I conferred with her, counseled with her, and she gave me a lot of direction on some of the investigative work and stuff, and her advice was invaluable. I thank you. Thank you both.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right, congratulations, Troy.
Congratulations.
Moving on to item 7, I'd like to open the floor to Bob Simpson, the zoning committee chair, for resolution approval.
Okay, I'm going to read this off my tablet, so I can't ever print it out of my paper big enough to read. So I'm going to start with the first, the Board of Appeals met and approved these 3 items that we had hanging, and the first one is a resolution to rezone property in Tower Hill Township, I believe it's section 19. If I get back over there where I can see it, for West and Amanda Horton for transferring from ag to general business.
this resolution, second by Lynn Williams. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Continue, please.
Okay, the next one is, for, Jason and Shirley Sandholzer for a, gun retail shop to be located in Tar Heel Township, and it's in section 36. This has been going on for quite a while too, and it's, also the Board of Appeals added to that no fire range would be added, and that is located approximately 3.5 miles south of where Ford Junkyard is off of Route 16 in the last section of Tar Heel Township. And anybody wants to make a motion on that?
I do.
Denny makes the motion
I'll
to
second it.
approve Jason Shirley Stanholzer's petition. Outline seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Third one is for the EJ Water. This is a property in Holland Township, section 16, for a water holding lagoon. It's a water cooperative, and they want to change from ag to industrial to do what they call a side channel reservoir. And I have one picture here, it's the only one I have. I don't know whether they're here tonight or not. And they were going to build this lagoon to hold excess, I forget how many million gallons of water for reserve. So if anybody wants to see the map, and we've been working on this one, not quite as long as the other. Was there any objections on this? No. None of the three had any objections. So, be open for a motion on that one.
Motion to approve the EJ Water property, which is releasing the property. Denny Burgess makes the motion. Need a second? Mark Bennett seconds. Any discussion? How big is that lagoon? That's several acres.
Yeah, I forget whether 80 acres is. You know, Denny, how many acres that was? They told us.
I think it's 20 or 25.
I think so. I believe it was.
Yeah. Make for a nice pool.
It's going to be burned around. They got to get approval from the state, of course, too, but they couldn't do any of that till this got rezoned.
Yeah, they had to see us for.
It's like with the droughts and anywhere, we'd like to have as much water reserved as we can, so. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Moving on to item 8, Beth Beck-Marz. Is she here tonight?
I'm here.
Oh, there we go. Basically, they're requesting approval to make an application for a grant assistance at the Shaker Floor.
My name's Nathan Nichols. My title is Mobility Manager with Central and Public Transit, and I'm here on behalf of our Director, Beth Marz, and CEO, Kevin Pusher. I'll do my best to give you some information and try to do my best to answer any questions you have at the end. Basically, we're submitting an application for $373,000 to purchase 4 14-passenger vehicles and $67,000 each, and 1 26-passenger at $105,000. The 26-passenger will be an expansion of service to provide a backup 26-passenger, and the 14 passengers will be replacement vehicles for the fleet that is inoperable or reaching its useful life. We are applying now because the last CVP, which is a 5310 Consolidated Vehicle Procurement Program, was in FY18. And there has been a 2-year lag time between grant year and delivery of vehicles. We anticipate a new grant in June, but again, that did not happen. So with many of our fleet at useful life, we wanted to avoid any future problems with lack of vehicles. Currently, you may notice here in Shelbyville, we have several sitting around our facility, and that's from 6 different counties. 7 to 9 of those are completely out of service. There are a few there that can be used just as an emergency backup. This fall, we will be applying for disposal requests with IDOT to release the liens so we can dispose of those vehicles. That can be a timely process. In some cases, it can take at least a year to get through that process. That's kind of the main updates we have. Again, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Question. Do you know, like, about, like, at peak time, about how many vehicles are out at once there usually?
Honestly, it can vary day to day with us being a demand response, but I would say likely the busiest times are in the morning and probably a little bit later in the day. Our fleet is down by quite a few staff members, as is about every other business right now. So those shifts can vary. We generally, we advertise in the Shelby County Guarantee, we operate 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. So generally, our drivers are at 5:30 to 5:30. So that may be one driver working 6 to 2, and then another one may come in and work the 10 to 5, or, however that plays out. But yeah, it can vary. It'd be hard to exactly pinpoint it down, because honestly, each day can be just a little bit different, depending on who's going to work or who has medical appointments. Days with dialysis in our counties, those numbers could change a little bit too.
What's like a rough estimate about an average of about how many are out at a time? I'm just curious.
Bus-wise, here just in Shelby County, we have 2 to 3 drivers on hand, and they're pretty much all.
So if you got 3 drivers, 3 is the most you can have out at once then?
Yeah, essentially, until we get in more staff, and if we have that higher demand, we have the ability and have pulled in drivers from neighboring counties.
How many vehicles are sitting there in total?
Active vehicles.
Yeah, you said you had 7 to 9 dead ones, but yeah, how many active ones are there? Good ones, I guess.
Boy, let's see. We have 3 minivans on hand. We have probably 3 or 4 14 passengers and 126. And those numbers can vary a little bit from time to time, because that is also our mechanics hub. So at any given time, you may see other buses sitting at that facility, other than what's out there in that side yard park.
That's great. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
As a host county though, you have to go through us in order to make your application for these grants, correct? I mean, because this isn't coming out of taxpayer money, this is for you just to make the application for the grant.
Right, yeah,
correct?
yeah, this is a state or the state federal grant.
Right,
Yes, yes.
right.
Any other questions? I entertain a motion to approve the CEFS to make the application for the capital assistance grant. Well, I looked up and I saw Pat, Barb seconded.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other discussions?
Nathan, thank you for providing a good service. I had to use it for about 6 weeks.
Awesome. I'm glad we could be there for you. Thank you.
Me too.
Hearing no discussion, any other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 9, David Switz would like to open the floor.
Andrea is here with Paylocity, and she's going to show us a short video of payroll and HR and timekeeping that we could implement here. I think it'd be better for our employees. We can hardly get.
I'll just say hello very quickly. Andrea Windsor. I actually live over by Peoria in a small rural county called Brimfield. I would love to get attendance like this at some of our board meetings, so this is fantastic. So it's very nice to see so many people voicing opinions. So, the video that they're going to share is just about 9 minutes or so, and it just highlights some of the technology that we are proposing to the county. As far as other clients that you might know that currently work with Paylocity, so the Equity is one of our larger clients in the area. Jenner Ag works with us, Pana Community Hospital works with us, the Mattoon YWCA, so lots of different organizations just locally that you probably recognize from the name, so thanks for the consideration. Tried to keep this short, so 9 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Van Weinsberg, and I live and work here in Central Illinois for Paylocity, the HR and payroll company. I actually personally live over by the Peoria area in a small rural community just west of the city called Brimfield. I've been in the HR and payroll industry for 15 years now, and if you're not familiar with Paylocity, we're actually headquartered in Schaumburg, Illinois. We've been in business since 1997. We've got about 4,000 employees, and across the country, we help our clients that number right around 25,000 clients today. I want to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to share with you a bit about Paylocity, and I appreciate the evaluation your board members have been going through to consider Paylocity as a business partner. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to share just some highlights of our technology and the areas that we've been discussing, starting with better tools for your employees to get access to their information, having a more unified and HR payroll platform, and then just better things from a compliance and a tracking standpoint for the county. I want to start at the beginning with the subject of onboarding. So if you think about today, if I am a new employee who is getting ready to start with the county, I, on my first day, would have a number of different pieces of paper that I'm going to sign, such as tax forms and I-9. The first thing I wanted to recommend to the board was electronic onboarding. This actually replaces all of those papers that are collected during onboarding with a custom event that is particular to one employee's department. So you can see on here, this is an electronic thing that can be completed on a desktop. It can actually be done during orientation, but we're really collecting all of those things like tax forms, emergency contacts, direct deposit information. I'm sharing things about their team, even things like where they should be parking. The goal behind this is to get to where, after this is completed, this starts to build the HR record for an employee. So this transfers over into HR and payroll with one seamless click. And this is an example of what that HR record looks like. So all of the different tabs are built out, and this is going to start to create the history of that employee's tenure with the county, their pay raises. It's a nice area to track things like company property, noting when things are up for evaluation, like for performance reviews. So again, the goal is to have that HR record right inside of payroll. I want to start with talking about some employee tools. So one of the favorite pieces of our technology that I wanted to share is the self-service portal. The self-service portal is set up to be in a layout that the county decides on. It's going to have some of those common things, like if I'm an hourly employee and I'm clocking in and out from my computer at my desk, I can do so. If I want to get in here and look at my pay stubs, they will be here. I can see all of my time off balances and come in here and actually request time off that will go to my supervisor to get approved. As well as this is just a really nice area for you to be able to share announcements and whatnot throughout the entire county. This that I'm showing you an example of is just a community announcement that I put together about upcoming open enrollment. So even things like weather delays can be shared here. And unfortunately, we are all getting ready to transition to another winter in Illinois. If I'm an employee who prefers to do things on my phone, this is what the mobile app looks like from Paylocity. This works on both Android and iPhones. Again, I can come in here and look at things, same things like my pay stub. The mobile device has some added flexibility to be able to email pay stubs as well as tax documents like W-2s out to individuals who need to get that information. It's password protected. As an organization, we never purge or archive our clients' data. So those companies that have been our clients since 1997, all of their employees can see their W-2s as far back as even 1997. Another very common area that employees will spend time in the mobile device is punching. So if I'm an employee who does mobile punching, like maybe a police officer getting ready to start their shift, I can punch from here. If I am a supervisor who is responsible for approving time cards for my set of employees, I can come in here at the end of the pay period and do those approvals from my mobile device. Even the time off. This is an area that I personally spend a lot of time in. When I want to go and request a vacation day, I come in here, and then I can see as an employee all the time off I've taken throughout the course of the year. But really the difference between self-service and mobile is just a matter of personal preference and what the employees might want to look at. The next area that I'm going to transition back to is time and labor. So if I am a supervisor throughout the county and I have employees who I am responsible for looking at their punches and seeing if things were missed, this is going to be an example of what I would see. Let me just get here on this home page. So in this particular screen, I can see, obviously we never have 184 employees, but I've got one employee who's got a missed punch, so I can come on here, I can see who is that employee. It was Emily. I can get in here and actually see the date that she's missing a punch. It's very easy because it's got that red exclamation point on it. So I just come in here and do this. Anytime that a change is made to a time card, there is an audit trail that will tell who made that change and at what time. So that's a nice checks and balance throughout the county. Then when I'm looking at approving those time offs, I actually have a calendar as a supervisor to see which other employees might be off on those particular days, which is very nice there. Once time has been approved during the pay period, when it comes to actually doing the payroll, all of that data is actually going to flow into payroll. I kind of make the joke that payroll is just payroll. It all kind of looks like a Excel spreadsheet, but I'll just give you just a vision of that. So as a vendor, Paylocity actually makes all of the tax deposits on behalf of our clients for federal and state. We do all of the tax returns that are due every quarter, and then we take care of doing the W-2s and the 1095-Cs at the end of the year. So this is an example of what payroll looks like, where all the hours would flow in here for anyone who is hourly, anyone who's salaried, that information would be in here, and it's just a matter of going through and just taking a quick visual snapshot to see that this is all in order. Once that is done, there are pre-processed reports that actually will show you what payroll is going to look like before you hit the send button to send that to Paylocity. And then once payroll is processed, there are an unlimited number of reports that are accessible to our clients to be able to look at. So even things outside of payroll, even just things that are as simple as if I want to do address labels for a mailing that I've got going out, you just start typing in plain old English what you're looking for, and it's going to show all of the reports in our library. You've also got the flexibility to filter, so you can actually filter by time-specific reports. You can look at things like compliance. You can create your own reports from scratch. And then in addition to that, we've actually got analytics, which are visual representations of things that are important to the county. So you can see things like at a snapshot, you can filter by the date ranges that you particularly want to look at. You can filter by things like the sheriff's department versus the health department. And like one of the most common things is like labor costs. You know, people are always wanting to take a look at the trends of labor over time. These are all things that can be exported and put into graphs for upcoming board meetings and whatnot. But I love this, even things like head counts and turnover rates. So you can change the time periods that you're looking for. And all of these things are exportable to Excel. One of the final things that we wanted to take a look at from a reporting standpoint is once payroll is processed by Paylocity, the step still needs to be taken to get the accounting in order from your accounting platform. So we custom build a general ledger that's actually going to produce a file that is uploaded into your accounting system so that all of those entries to the chart of account are made in a proper format. The final area I wanted to touch on is just for compliance. So as a governmental organization, from time to time you need to produce things like EEO reporting. So those things are down here. The reports on gender and ethnicity are available. We even give our clients core compliance courses for things like anti-harassment training. So those are courses that can be pushed out throughout the county for employees to actually take that content. And then there are document acknowledgments. So if there are things like employee handbook changes that are made, those can be pushed out as electronic events for everyone throughout the county to sign off on. And then we've always got our things like OSHA logs. So if OSHA incidents need to be recorded or time off for things like FMLA, those are all very accessible in the compliance area as well. So that's a quick overview of what I wanted to share with the board tonight. I wanted to say thank you for your time, and I welcome the opportunity to continue my discussions with all of you. Thank you so much.
Motion on the floor. So moved. Dave Swift makes a motion to set, move timekeeping. Huh?
Go ahead, discussion, but
Yeah, so from a cost standpoint, I know that's one of the most common questions that a lot of organizations have. So our pricing structure is based on the products that are selected for your overall package, and there is a per employee per month cost. So at the present time, the county has about 85 employees on payroll. So on a monthly basis for our services that are not, we do not require a contract of any sort, so the county is not signing a contract. So all of our clients, we just earn their business from month to month. So the cost for the HR system, the payroll processing, all of the integration that you need for your general ledger, the time and attendance system and onboarding is $1,269.75 a month. And then the only additional fee is at the end of the year when it comes time to prepare the W-2s. You've got a base fee of $50 and then $7 per W-2. So that's going to vary just based on the amount of turnover in the county in a particular year. But as it stands right now, it's about $645. Any questions from the board at all?
say a monthly.
Yeah, monthly is $1,269.75.
Do you have any other clients?
Yeah, there's a monthly base fee of $186, and then the per employee per month is $12.75. So the base fee is made up of just how often you do payroll, and then the integrations that we build is what makes that up.
Do you have any clients that are government?
I do, yes, I have a large group of references I can give.
Who, like counties, municipalities?
Yes, counties, municipalities, lots of nonprofits in the state of Illinois. We're headquartered in Schaumburg, so that's where we're at. So lots of different counties, lots of housing authorities work with us. So I'd be happy to provide a list of references there too, other than just all the local folks that you know that work with us.
Do you work with anyone local on a county or municipal basis?
On the county and municipal basis, they're more closer towards the Chicagoland area, not so much downstate in central Illinois. Good question. A lot of the counties, I specifically work with companies that have less than 50 employees, so a lot of the counties are going to be larger, like up in the Chicago suburbs too.
I had John back here.
Is this a problem we're trying to fix for some reason? I didn't understand the reason behind it. Is there a problem we're having that we need to fix?
I'll divert that to.
I think it gives our employees more opportunity. I think it gives our employees more opportunity to track their vacation time and time off at their fingertips. She can answer more about it, but
Basically software that we're using, we don't have now. It's software we don't have now.
that's great.
We do too. We have that software, we have the same capability.
And
And it prints out on every pay stub now. Every pay stub they get tells them exactly how much benefit time they have. We just spent $58,000 to get a new software. We don't even know if this is compatible with the new software.
Here.
we passed a new payroll program here a while back. The board accepted, wrote, put into effect the payroll policy. Are we enforcing the policy we currently have?
The board, it's simply a compliance of the department head to follow the policy. Right now, there's nothing the board has set forth to enforce the policy.
We've done nothing as a board to enforce it.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and I want to bring up something tonight. We looked at an auditor one time. We don't want anything to do with anyone from Chicago. Remember that quote? Sorry to bring it up. But we didn't want somebody because they were not even from Chicago. But we didn't want them because they were in the Chicago area. Different county. Now we're going to Chicago. Is there local companies that can provide this service?
Does this layer over our present software too? I'm not sure if this is just an add-on. Erica says this is already being covered. Is this a Cadillac or something? Not sure.
I'll give a little, just an overview. So from my evaluation with the members of the board, it seems like a lot of the different departments departments are all maintaining their own records and Excel documents and paper documents. This allows to have a single system where everything is housed inside of one system, and then the labor costs that need to go into the general ledger are electronically entered back into the general ledger. So
Is that a true statement, Erica?
We already do that. We already do that. We already do that in the county.
Well, I thought-
This doesn't add, and you know, I will say this, and not to be hateful, but you all just sat and watched a longer presentation on something that you're offering, and not one of you have watched a presentation. Our office can do everything that was right there. And I've invited everybody in, and show you the program, and nobody wants to look at it. So maybe next month I should bring a show up, and will you sit for that long to see what we already have?
Absolutely.
The reports are already there, and I don't know how. You know, we don't even know if this is compatible with our software. I've said it before, but when we pay out payroll, it involves way more funds than just the general fund. We already do the W-2s, we do everything, and we haven't had employees that haven't received everything they should have. We still have to pay our insurances and everything else. It's all centralized. And back to the audit. You know, Bobby and I met with the forensic auditor this week. We had the auditors in here last week, and both of them have said that the payroll needs to be centralized in one place in this county, in one office. And as Mr. Gergany brought up, we don't even have compliance with the payroll policy that this board passed in May of 20. How are we going to come into compliance, and how are we going to report it and outsource it? We have new employees. I just had an employee a month ago that had worked 14 days before I even received any information that this employee was an employee of the county. Didn't even know that this person was employed at the county. And I've asked Jessica, so if this employee gets hurt and goes to ER, and we file a work comp claim, and we go, we have no information. I've said it before, it's a $10,000 fine on an I-9 when somebody punches that clock for the first time and they haven't filled out an I-9. That's a potential $10,000 fine. And what did I get? You really think the feds are coming in here?
Thank you.
Yeah, my question is to you, and they talked about software compatibility. Could you answer that question for compatibility? I'm saying for me, and I assume David, and anybody else, any other board member.
For the software compatibility, the two systems are completely separate, but where you want to have the compatibility is to get the general ledger interface built. And yes, it would be compatible from a general ledger standpoint. Yeah.
Thank you.
As long as you're any accounting system that exists in the United States today, if it has the ability to bring in a CSV file, our company at Paylocity can build a custom general ledger file that's specific to your chart of accounts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just got a question on our current system then. We do currently do electronic timekeeping like she's showing here, or are we planning on doing that in the near future? What's the plan there?
I wish AFSCME was still here, because it's been said before, and it's been said I don't know how many times. AFSCME has not agreed to electronic timekeeping. So you pass this, and then you're going to have grievances, and you're going to open a whole other can of worms, and you're already in the middle of negotiations with unfair contracts and disparaged treatment between two unions. They have not allowed and said they would not. They said we could go to timesheets, which we did, but they have not agreed to electronic timekeeping.
So we're still manual timekeeping, and we write all the time down and transmit it.
It comes on a timesheet, and it gets turned in, and it goes into the payroll system.
Exactly what she showed.
Pardon me?
We do have the ability to do exactly what she showed with your new system.
Gary, if the board passes and AFSCME agrees, we can do electronic timekeeping. But until there's an agreement between the county and AFSCME for that to happen, we cannot.
She's right. She's right.
Okay, AFSCME will not agree to any electronic timekeeping.
Right, that's agreeable.
Okay, so you do not do any electronic timekeeping either,
No,
nobody?
we manually do it.
You do manual records also? And does whoever talking to AFSCME have any idea if that's going to change? I don't know who's negotiating or who's on the negotiating.
Oh, I'm on the negotiating team.
Is
Absolutely, absolutely.
We have a meeting next week.
Well, I mean, here, is it discussable here since we're in negotiations?
I don't want to hear an answer, I just want to know, has it been discussed? Or going to be discussed?
I'll let her know.
Electronic timekeeping has not been discussed with ASME so far.
Have you
I was involved with
our proposals so that you know what they want, they know what you want?
Yes, but this particular topic has not yet come up. The ASME representative has the video that we presented though.
Okay, electronic timekeeping, are you saying a time clock? Is that what you're saying?
No, it would be more of the system where employees who work like in the courthouse, they can clock in and out from any desktop computer, and other employees can use their mobile phones to punch in just where, when they come onto the property of the courthouse, it's geofenced to look with the location.
It's just the time that they sat down at their desk and they signed onto their computer and stuff like that. That's all it
Yeah,
means.
so today.
It doesn't mean they're got a time card and they're.
it's time clock, it's time.
It's time.
What is
Same
a
thing.
tracking device is what it is.
It'll be interpreted the same.
Yes, yes.
So today that's being done on paper, it sounds like throughout the county, so just harnessing the power of technology to get that captured accurately when everybody starts their shifts.
You mentioned your kiosks too.
Yeah, and there's kiosks too, so if you'd like to have, not, the time clock systems that you're thinking of, the old days with the badges, those are no longer, we don't really even talk about those. We want to get more modern technology, even kiosks that look like tablets can be put in different locations throughout the county properties too. And they just come up with a code that's unique to them and they can clock in right there.
What would the operations part of the highway department and stuff like that, those guys, do they all have tablets or laptops that they put in the truck and stuff like that?
I don't know what they have today, but there's.
We do not. And we do not have computers per person. And we do not have company cell phones. And I don't even know if all my employees have cell phones. So, and even if they do, I don't know what type of cell phones they have. And does this mean they would be required to have cell phones?
No, there's a number of different ways that they can clock in and clock out. I think the point in the board taking a look at ALASC, I feel like we are in addition to the great work that your treasurer does to the county too. So it's a matter of just getting more HR technology in place. If you do have alternatives in place right now for doing some of these systems, I welcome you to utilize that technology that you've got today. So I'm just here to present what a lot of other organizations do from a very modern technology standpoint that is very affordable, and I encourage you all to get into the discussions. I by no means meant to be a conflict with you tonight. I'd love to talk to you more too and find out what might help you too, because the clients we work with, that the HR and the accounting professionals, they are big fans of our technology once they get it in place. So, so that's a conclusion of my part tonight. But I thank you for the consideration, and it sounds like you'll have further discussions from here. You got one more.
There. So, I mean, the packet we've got, basically just got a bill in here for $15,000, which there wasn't any, unless I missed it, there wasn't any information other than that in here, right? Just
Right.
the invoice.
Yep.
Okay. So the video I watched, I mean, I understand technology and stuff pretty well, probably. I don't understand accounting very well. I hired somebody to do, accounting, but I would refer to our treasurer on this. But the technology that you're talking about, the geofencing, that's a really cool idea. If we've got 85 employees here, if I was running a company with 85 employees, I guess my first question I'm going to ask is, if I'm spending $15,000 a year, is that going to save me $15,000 worth of time, and is it going to make me back some sort of money?
Yes, it definitely should. One of the pieces that I do is even just doing a return on investment summary, where we can get into how many hourly employees you have, how much, and there are studies from like Deloitte on, by automating time and attendance, just how much time you share from, or you save from rounding rules, from just, not to say that employees are deceitful, but if they're writing down time, and let's say they wrote down 8 o'clock, but they really got here at 8:15, it's those little things across 85 employees that really add up. It's also fair and accurate, just policies being enforced for things like vacation and PTO days too. And the time of adding up, I mean, throughout the county, people are filling out these spreadsheets, someone is adding them up, so there's a lot of manual work in just getting that ready too.
there anybody here from the FOP that would have any opinion on electronic timekeeping versus how you're doing it now? No comments?
If you want to hear from me,
Oh, there you are. Okay, yes.
I think it's simply a matter of access for employees. I know you all have that problem. I don't
Yeah, I have a concern with that.
I don't
My
think-
guys are out on the road all day.
I don't think any of our members have that problem. I mean, the deputies have computers, they have cell phones, the corrections officers, and everyone else is over at the sheriff's department, so it's.
Does everyone come over to a county building to start their shift?
Yes.
Yeah, so that would be an example of when a kiosk. would
Yeah,
be-
kiosk would work out there, except when they're away from, after they leave, there would be no way, I'm sure there is a way, but I don't know of any way of clocking in after they leave the office. Kiosk would work.
I'd like to also say I haven't talked to them all about it yet. I'd kind of like to talk to them all about it before I give you
Okay.
a flat answer, but I think the access could be a big thing. Mark?
I agree, it's a very nice program, but I think what a lot of us are missing is that we spent a lot of money on a new software program that has a lot of capabilities to it. We have not seen everything the program can do. You spend a lot of time deciding to spend the money that you have on a program that may have a lot of additional functions to it, as well as what this lady has, and there may be things that this program can add to it, but I think we are limiting ourselves on the capability of the software we already have that we spent a fortune on. And I think that all of us need to understand a little bit more of the software that we have.
Absolutely, I agree.
Thank you.
And there need to be put to use.
I have a question on the software capability. It would, to be both to you and you, Erica, with that software capability, would there be extra charge for the county if you had to put more things, more capable things on that software? Both of you two. That's my question.
I can't speak to that. I don't know what the county has purchased during that, but you may know. If the county decides to go to electronic timekeeping, then we've already discussed with Dave at MyTech Solutions. And then it would, I mean, there's different options. You can do the thumbprint, you can do the login at your desk, you can do,
But CIC also had timekeeping functions in
Right.
the program, and I think that module was like an additional $5,000.
a one-time.
One time.
Right.
Okay.
And then it has parameters that the county can set as to who can have access, how that can be changed. I mean, it's basically the same, but we haven't pursued it into great detail because at this point, the unions are not in agreement with electronic timekeeping. But it's exactly what Mark said. You're welcome.
I had Sean in the back.
I was just going to say that I recently purchased a scheduling software for the sheriff's office to help me with all the scheduling across dispatchers, correctional officers, deputies, maintenance, and all the staff that I have. The scheduling software that I have has a timekeeping functionality to it. I was hoping that eventually, once things settle down as far as staffing wise at my place, that I could utilize that software. And I was hoping, it said that it was probably going to be compatible with our payroll system that Erica uses. Of course, I wasn't ready to roll that out yet to the deputies because things have just been absolutely busy. But I do have a program that is a timekeeping software that I believe can be compatible with PERS or MERS. So,
Yeah, I think just my general closing thought is throughout the county, you all seem like a great group of people, but you've got a lot of different systems. Every department is kind of doing things their way, so no matter how the county moves forward in the future, if you can get things more unified where everyone's using the same scheduling system, like kudos to you for that. Just more unified across the county, and especially with onboarding that you talked about for having an employee who doesn't have paperwork filled out for 14 days. That's terrible. They should do that on day one. That should be the very first thing they do. So whether it's done through our system or another system, that's a great goal for the board, is just to get more unified systems across the county. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any action? Want to close tonight?
I guess I'd make a motion to table until next month if everybody'd like to show us a system of what it's doing.
Okay. Motion to table, second.
Second.
Gary seconds, all in favor. Just, no discussion taken. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Pose sign. Motion carries. Move on to item 10, David Southern floor.
Ms. Dole, you want to address that?
Oh, that one should be full. I emailed the entire board about it.
Okay. Item 11, Alan Spencer, please have the floor.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Alan.
Okay, this evening, I don't want to block anybody, I'll get over here. This evening I have, on the agenda, there's two resolutions, but I only really have one to present today, and I'll explain that in a minute. And then I have some updates. The first resolution I have, we had a bid opening to repair the bridge on the Cold Spring Okanee line. The low bidder was John Klein Excavating at $64,686.16. The committee recommends award to that low bidder. The bridge is located at 500 North, 600 East.
I want to see a picture of the damage to the bridge, or the picture of all the piles of concrete going. It being bridge built in about 1982.
It's got about 50 years in it.
I entertain a motion to approve the award bid to, you say Klein?
Klein Excavating.
Klein Excavating for bridge repair. I got Rod Hike makes the motion, Mark Bennett seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign, motion carries.
The second item that was on your agenda, I don't have the agenda here, but it's something about awarding the COVID relief fund money that I have talked about the last couple months that can go to any local agency for eligible projects. Brian Kaufman last month, we've been asking for solicitations of projects from local agencies for a couple months, and last month Brian said we were basically trying to close the process by August 1st. We've had one applicant. It's the city of Shelbyville. There are eligibility requirements for this, so it makes it difficult for a lot of local agencies to apply for this. The amount of funding that I've reported before is, I think it's like $193,600. It's federal funds. I would like to table this. The committee would like a resolution from the city of Shelbyville prior to recommending award, or recommending that the county board awards this. The resolution would include a couple things that we thought was, that the committee thought was important. One is that any funds for the project that exceeded the grant amount would be the responsibility of the city. The other item is that they would basically take care of the project. We wouldn't be really having to do the engineering. We would have to do the construction oversight. They basically take the project over. The project that they have recommended or have asked the funding for is an eligible project, and it's 9th Street to Broadway Street. It's Broadway Street, the intersection of 9th Street and Broadway Street north
to the city limits. We have a project currently that we have gotten grant funds that starts at the city of Shelbyville and goes to Coon Creek access area. And then we've got a second phase that goes from Coon Creek access area, or from Possum Creek access area to Coon Creek access area. That's a phase 2, because we've gotten an additional grant to do that.
Is that all the way to the gate of Coon Creek access area?
Yes.
Okay.
It's, well, I don't know about the gate. It's to the end of the county highway. The county highway ends, and then the core property begins. I don't know exactly where that is, but it is to the end of the county highway. I don't
And that's
think
going to happen when?
It's not quite to the gate. The first phase, we're wanting to construct next year, and we have scheduled it to be bid on in January. We are currently trying to get right-of-way for the project.
So before you get to phase 2, it's going to be another couple years, right?
It definitely will. We haven't received the memorandum of agreement from the Federal Highway Commissioner even to start the project. So, and it's been a year nearly since we were awarded the second phase grant. So it'll be several years for the second phase. But it ties in nicely, that the project that the city has requested ties in nicely with those other 2 projects. Basically completes the projects.
Well, with 128 being shut down for a while like it was, that County Highway 5 getting torn up pretty good from those semis and everything else, you know.
Yes, it is.
So do you have a plan for that in the meantime?
We have to maintain that road, and that's what we'll have to do. So I'm recommending tabling it until we receive the information from the city of Shelby.
Bob Simpson makes a motion to table, and second.
A second.
Larry Lynn seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries to table.
Okay, I just have some updates. The railroad crossing near Westervelt that I've reported on several times is completed, and we have, and IDA has inspected the project and accepted it, so that project is complete. That was 100% funded with by the Illinois Commerce Commission with grade crossing protection funds. The bridge in Flat Branch Township that I've reported on several times that was closed due to structural damage. That project to replace that bridge started on July 20th. It is funded with federal, state, and local funds. The county highway bridge, I call the Westervelt Bridge because it's just south of Westervelt, which was funded with major bridge funds. I think I reported before that we were anticipating bidding that in November. That has now moved out to January. We're still trying to get right-of-way for that project. And IDOT has basically said that we won't make November. So I am now projecting January for that bid opening. The bridge in Rose Township, 8-ton posted bridge in Rose Township, was awarded, and we had a pre-job meeting on the 10th, the 12th, 2 days ago, with IDOT and the contractor. The anticipated start date is the first week of September. The Todds Point Railroad Crossing project that improves the approaches to railroad crossing north of Finley. I reported last time that we had a start date for that and a contractor. That has now been delayed indefinitely. It is also 100% funded, but it is delayed indefinitely due to the railroad and Commerce Commission not realizing that the crossing itself had to be relocated due to the road project. And so that is being worked out. I now anticipate construction to begin in the spring instead of this fall. The Cowden Herrick Road resurfacing project that I've reported on several times is completed. It was completed on July 28th. We have not had an IDOT final inspection on that project, but it is basically completed, and I don't anticipate any problems with that. The quality-based selection engineering process that I reported on last month, the committee, per the county policy on this, the committee and myself are on the selection committee. We received 6 engineering firms for the construction oversight of the County 5 Phase 1 project scheduled for next year. They were ranked by the committee, and per policy, we are to announce the top 3 engineering firms, so I'll do that now as part of the meeting minutes. The top scored firm for this particular project was Hampton, Lanzini & Renwick. The second rated engineering firm was Milano & Grunlow Engineering, and the third scored engineering firm was ESI Engineers. The next process in that is to request an engineering agreement from the top scoring engineering firm and to negotiate a cost for the engineering, and hopefully we'll have that ready to be awarded, have an agreement, engineering agreement at the next county board meeting. And that is my report, unless you have questions.
I've got a question. Some time ago, you talked about trying to get out of Lowe's and pick up engineers. Are you having any luck? Are you getting any information or request? Or?
It's a statewide problem, I can tell you that right now. And we have been advertising. We have received no applicants for quite a while. Probably need to expand our advertising. The problem is, at least in my opinion, the next county engineer might feel differently. We need to get an experienced engineering staff in our office. We've got a lot of work to do, and that's just what it has. We're very fortunate to have a local company, Hammond & Reed, that has helped us tremendously. We have a contract with them to supplement our engineering efforts. And you, I'm sure, noticed that we've been hiring more engineering firms to do the work.
Going out to colleges and trying to pick up new engineers is not a good approach.
Well, the qualifications are a 2-year engineering degree. So we go and we have one of the, probably the best, at least I think it's the best, one of the best in Lakeland College for civil engineering technology. All the engineering technicians that have been hired by the county even before me were out of that program. So I have posted with them, but again, they are straight out of no experience, and that really is what we need.
Thank you.
Last week I called you about, I had a phone call from an engineer. Did he ever call you?
He actually emailed me this afternoon about 3 o'clock.
Okay.
And asked for information I was going to get. He wanted to know who to contact, and I told him I'd get back with him, and I sent him the position description for the engineering firm. And since you brought it up, who does he contact?
I was told the Road and Bridge chairman, which would be Brian Kaufman.
Okay, I'll have him contact him and send the appropriate information.
I mean, he contacted me, so I put him on to you.
Yeah.
My second question is, with you leaving, is there going to be capable hands out there to take over? I mean, till we find somebody else. I don't want all the road stuff to stop, you know. Is there?
I don't know.
And
I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest with you.
And
I agree with you, there's a lot going on, I've been reporting on them. The meeting minutes from the Road and Bridge Committee, if you ever look at them, they're packed full of stuff, and there's attachments of project lists and status of our projects, and there's a lot of grant work, millions of dollars of grant work next
well,
year.
that was gonna be my next
I'm
question.
trying to get it all
Who's
set
gonna
up,
pick
so
up on the
basically
grant?
next year is stacked.
The what?
I've been trying to get it set up, so basically next year's work is stacked. That's part of this engineering, hiring this engineering firm is part of getting Hammond and Reed and Associates, a multitask order contract. It's part of training the people I have. I have young people there already. We have, there's a lot of challenges there, and
Because if we don't have somebody to pick up on the grants and everything, somebody knows what they're doing, they're gonna be in bad shape.
We're gonna lose a good man.
Somebody's gotta be able to step in and take over. I mean, we don't wanna have all our projects just stop.
Yeah.
The road from Cowden to Stewartson, that blacktop, is there gonna be any work on that? They could, they got all those filing steps on those and patches and all that kind of stuff. Is there any projects scheduled for any of that road?
a capital improvement project, no. A maintenance project, we're doing that. I don't know if you've been there recently, but we have been putting hundreds of tons of millings that we were fortunate to get from the Cowden Herrick Road on that road just within the last few weeks.
Okay, 'cause
And it was oiled, seal coated, at least half, I think, one half a tank. And we're gonna oil more of it, but I think 1/2 tanker was put down this week. But there's a lot more that needs to be done, to all our roads, quite frankly, but.
That's across the county, yeah. I had some other hands up.
Can you, I know it's not your responsibility, but can you give us a real brief on 128? Is there extension of time that they're planning on being closed other than the 2 to 3 weeks?
I contacted the field engineer for IDOT, I think it was late last week. I can't remember the days, so much going on every day that I can't remember which day it was. It was either early this week or late last week to get a status on the closures. And he told me it'd be 2 or 3 weeks more, and basically hedged his bet, and he said the end of this month. Of course, weather dependent, but that's the closure I would anticipate to be completed by the end of this month. That's what I was told, but.
Thank you. I knew there was some confusion around from different places. Thank you.
Have they started laying blacktop?
No, they will, and that blacktop or asphalt or bituminous, or whatever word you want to call it, the overlay starts at, I believe, the city limits of Shelbyville, and it goes to the Finley Road, so it's not a long distance, but that's their project.
Any other questions for Alan Wise up here? All right, having none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alan. Okay, I'd like to open the floor to Sean McQueen for the body camera presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the body camera issue, right? Okay.
Shelby County Sheriff's Office began testing a variety of body cameras over the last few months. I chose about 2 or 3 deputies to test them. What we were doing is we were researching camera systems to review the camera durabilities, the warranties, the video qualities, the battery life, storage capacities, and just as much of the capabilities of the cameras that we could use. We did three. We looked at three different ones. The one that I went ahead and put it out for bids, like I came to you guys here a few meetings ago, a while back, and put it out for bids, and we had one bid. And I come back from Axon Systems for the cameras. The initial purchase is going to be for 15 cameras, in addition to all the supporting equipment and cloud-based storage. The department's goal is to outfit all of our sworn staff with their own cameras, while having additional cameras to be used in a shared capacity. Body-worn cameras have been found to improve legitimacy by enhancing transparency and aiding in the investigation and resolution of citizen complaints, as well as providing better evidence and reduced time for officers in criminal court. I had a question earlier this week about the cloud storage. We'll have over 4 terabytes of cloud storage to be able to hold all of our body camera video that we will be uploading. That's quite a bit, so we'll have plenty of that. The location of the cloud, if you will, I got asked where the location of the cloud was, as far as where it's at, and they answered back that it's in Texas and Virginia. So that's where I believe it'll be heading off to. Obviously, it'll be accessible by us, and my recommendation is to go with this bid. They are a top-notch company, and I think that they are the way to go. Yes.
Where does the camera mount on the people?
Excellent question. Let me grab one for you here. This is one of the Axon body cameras right here, and it will mount on the deputies' outside of their vest, and it will probably mount right about here. This is field of view gets you full field of view right about here. You mount it too high, it gets in the way of weapon draws and things of that nature. So it usually will come down to about here, and it's mounted by many different mounting options that we'll be looking into. So
It's colored?
what's that?
Colored?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, sure is. It better be for that money. And you guys remember, I wrote a grant for the Police Training and Standards Board for $15,000 for these. So I've got $15,000 that we're going to be using to purchase these. So the rest of this money is tied up in the storage and all the licensing fees to be able to get into these and look at the video, redact the video, send the video. There's a lot to that.
Then another two-part question. What's the total cost for equipment?
Total cost for equipment, I believe it was probably around $11,000. I believe is just the equipment. The grant that I got can only be used on equipment. It cannot be used on any of the support. So if I have any grant money left over after purchasing the equipment, I will probably buy more body cameras. So, but yeah, I believe the total amount for just equipment was around $11,000.
Okay, and then the last part of that, what are we looking at any annual fees? I know you said a while ago.
No annual fees. This is what did you guys get a copy of those?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. No, there's no annual fees. This is just a 5-year contract, and we'll pay it, once a year. But there's no annual fees. Everything is tied into that purchase, so there won't be any additional fees tied into it.
How many cameras are you talking about?
I'm purchasing 15. I'm purchasing 15 originally, so 15 right off the bat is what we'll have. And if I have money left over on my grant, I will probably purchase more so everybody is outfitted with one and we don't have to do a lot of sharing. But 15 is original. Yes.
I did a little research on this, and a lot of other sheriff and police departments that have these have eventually had to add staffing for redaction because it is a timely thing to do whenever you are chasing a perpetrator. You get a lot of background people in there, and it's just time consuming. Have you got it in your budget to add to your...
I'm not going to add anybody to the budget. That's a good question, Pat. I'm not going to add anybody to the budget for any of that. One thing about this system is the redaction suite, the redaction software, and the enhancement suite, whatever they call it.
It is top-notch, and we have already gotten into it, we've utilized it. Myself and the senior sergeant have both have messed around with it. Very minimal use. There's not much to doing this. It is very easy to do, and it should not be.
No additional staffing in the budget for it.
No, I won't. I don't see me putting on just somebody to redact video. We'll be doing a lot with video. One of the things that you'll see on the quote, guys, is a feature called auto tagging, and that auto tagging feature actually is one of the best features of these body cameras. What that does is that any deputy that gets dispatched on a call, all that video that is attached to that call will be all that video that was recorded on that call will be automatically attached to it. We won't have to go back and look for it. It automatically tags to the dispatched call that the deputy goes on, which will save a ton of time of us trying to go back when we get FOIA'd or state's attorney needs body cam, defense attorney needs body cam video. We won't be having to go back and search for it. All we'll have to know is what was the case, because these body cams the video will already be attached to it. So we won't have to do any of that. That's a big, big deal.
One other question, I'll leave you alone.
No, that's all right.
How are the cameras activated on and off? I know I watch news and their cameras weren't on. Yeah.
That's all right. I believe that these is a hold of 3 seconds to activate it, and I believe it's a double touch to deactivate it. It's been a while since I've had one on, but I believe that's how it starts.
The other way.
The other way around. Okay, of course I would get it wrong, but so it's the other way around. And they're also going to be activated by if our sirens turn on, if our lights turn on, they get activated. One of the things that I had a requirement that I wanted to see in these was when we pull our energy conductive weapons, our tasers, when we pull those and they go into the armed position, I wanted the ability that these things automatically turn on. A lot of it is use of force and making sure that I'm able to see what use of force was used on scene. And when a taser gets pulled, I want to be able to see that video. So that was one of the biggest things that I liked about this system too, is that when a ECW weapon gets pulled and it gets activated, this automatically comes on. Yes.
Sean, with the advent of all the new technology coming out daily,
No, you could turn it off.
what would be the life expectancy of a system like that? I mean, is it going to be outdated next month, next year?
The good thing is that in this quote, we have what's called 2 refreshes. So in 2.5 years, in this quote, I get 15 brand new, well, however many I end up buying, 15 brand new ones. And I'm sure that this is going to get better. The one before this was bigger, and this one's now smaller. So I'm going to assume it's going to start to get smaller, and the picture is going to start to get better. That's just the way this technology goes. So yeah, I'm sure that will change. But the good thing about this quote is that in 2.5 years I get brand new ones, and at the very end of this quote, in 5 years I get brand new ones. So I get brand new ones every 2.5 years.
Okay.
Money in the budget for all of that?
What's that?
You got money in the budget for that?
Yes. Yes.
Is there any badging that the officer will have to wear that says you're on video, both video and audio and video?
There's no badging, but they will be trained on when they have to notify somebody that they're on video. When they go into a place that there is an expectation of privacy inside somebody's home, that you have an expectation of privacy in their home. So when they go into certain places, they will have to tell them, hey, you're on video. Some people will have the ability to say, I don't want anything, I don't want any part of that. Witnesses, for example, they may say, I don't want any part of you having on that video, and they don't have to do it. They can turn it off. So they'll know when they can turn it off, but they'll more importantly know when they got to have it on. So those are 2 very important things, but they're going to know that through training. And that's governed by state law, by the way, guys. All that's governed by state law. So. And that recent state law that just got passed.
I was going to say, did you touch on the progression of that bill that would require this equipment?
I can. The bill does not require our size of department to have these now. It will. By 2025, our size of department will have to have them by law. We don't have to have them now. The reason why these are coming in is the police reform bill, and we want to make sure that you guys as citizens have all the transparency. You guys are protected. You guys can see any interaction with the deputies. That's the same with the deputies. You know, if they have citizen complaints, I want to see it. If they did something wrong, I want to know. If the citizens claim something that a deputy did and they didn't do that, I want to know that. So that's why this is coming into play, and it's going to be a very important tool for that.
Any other questions?
One quick one. How are the deputies on the idea of the camera?
Excellent question. They love it. They are ready for it. It's going to be a lot of training. They know that it will be a learning curve. That's the reason why we're gonna train on it. But I've never had one deputy say they don't want it. Now, if you'd have asked that 5 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, there's no way. I mean, this just wasn't something that was part of law enforcement. That rhetoric has changed. Now it is definitely an accepted piece of equipment.
I do have one more question since we have Mark here. Is there anything that the FOP would have any input on as far as, like an electronic timekeeping and, this is an electronic addition? I'm just gonna throw it out there. Is there any,
As far as the cameras go?
any objection? I mean, I'm asking.
Well, no, I mean, we're following the legislation. This is how the laws come down, so I think everybody kind of has to follow suit at this point. I mean, the legislation could change still, but what we have now is, it's been signed on, so it's law.
And this body cam bill already has actually did change once. There was a trailer bill just 2 weeks ago that changed how the deputy will be able to review the video on this. Actually, before it was initially that you could not review it before your report was written. That actually got changed. The wording got changed just a little bit. That now there can be some reviews done under certain circumstances. So it's being tweaked constantly.
Is there any provision for the officer that requires their presence on review? So if you go in and review video, do you require them to be there?
I think that's a good question, Bobby. I think that's what got tweaked in the new bill. I believe it's a supervisor and the recording officer probably would be together to review it. But it also depends on what the situation was. If they're involved in an officer-involved shooting, I know that they cannot review it prior to their report. That is one of the changes that got made. So large incidents like that, that would take a supervisor's review, and I'm sure a supervisor's review for the deputy to review it.
Any other questions? You did say this is the low bid.
This was the only bid. So.
Oh, it was the only bid?
Yeah.
Okay. That was kind of my trailer question, could be what other companies or what other bids, but the only bid's the answer, so. Got a motion to,
I'd make that motion that we accept this bid.
Gary makes a motion to approve the bid of Axon Enterprise for body cameras.
Second.
We got Benny second. This would be just a regular vote.
Spend the money.
Roll call vote, please.
Kenny Barr,
No.
Barbara Bennett,
Yes.
Mark Bennett,
Yes.
Teresa Bain,
Yes.
Paul Canaday,
Yes.
Dennis Sturdivich,
Yes.
Jesse Durbin,
Yes.
Gary Gergany,
Yes.
Rod Height,
Yes.
Larry Lenz,
Yeah.
Pat Lyons.
You sure there's no additional staff?
No, there won't be any additional staff.
Yes.
I'll go on record.
Robert Orban,
Yes.
Gary Patterson,
Yes.
Gary Piercy,
Yes.
John Pogue,
Yes.
Robert Simpson,
Yeah.
Jeff Slifer,
Yes.
David Switz,
Yep.
Don Tate,
Yes.
Lynn Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 19 ayes to 1 nay, Barr voting nay.
All right, Sean, motion passes.
Appreciate it.
I'll leave the floor open for item 13, which is shift change.
that I hate bringing to the board. We've lost some deputies due to whatever reasons they wanted to leave. We've lost 4, and we're down to 8 deputies right now, which takes us to a pretty scary time in scheduling. I met with the law enforcement committee last week, let them understand that we are at an impasse when it comes to scheduling. And 8 deputies trying to cover 24 hours a day on 10-hour shifts is tough. I'm sure Erica can tell you overtime is exorbitant, and I'm doing my best to make sure that the citizens get the public safety that they deserve. My recommendation was that we move to a 12-hour shift schedule. It's going to be, with only 8 deputies, that's all I have left. We are currently attempting to hire. We've interviewed, we're in the interview process, but unfortunately these possible new hires are not police officers, so it's going to take a little bit for them to have any kind of impact on our patrol situation. But with 8 deputies, I would recommend that we go to a 12-hour staffing. I know the question is going to be, and it is, and I've got people here to be able to answer some things. The FOP is here, and we are ready to answer some things. There is definitely a change in the contract with this happening, and I recognize that. I am at a point with this where if I'm coming to you and telling you that we have a problem, and I remember looking at Derek and Gary in the meetings and going, we have a problem. This is worrying me to death as far as making sure that I have enough coverage for the county. We don't want to go back to the 90s where we didn't have a deputy on between 2 and 8 in the morning. They got called out. I don't want that. I don't want to make that happen. That's not going to happen under my watch anyway. So my suggestion is to go to 12s, and obviously when that does happen, the contract needs to go into correlation. I don't want to mess it up. We've got to do it correctly, and that was what I want to do. I know now that right now the union and management, the union and the sheriff's office is communicating, trying to come up with a memorandum of understanding to be able to do this, and that will answer and rectify the questions as far as what it's going to do to the contract. Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my question is that your current contract.
Yes.
I know you guys are in negotiations.
Yes.
But with the current contract, it's a binding document, and I don't want to throw you under the bus because I really don't mean to. But what does the current contract say on that?
Well, the current contract says that actually, as I have my management rights to be able to make it, I got to be able to provide public safety for the county. But yeah. The current contract says that we will work 40 hours, and I believe that at some point in the very beginning it talks about 8-hour shifts and 5 days on, 2 days off type thing. It does mention that. That got changed. We all know that years back, and that got changed to 10-hour shifts. So we've been on 10-hour shifts since. So. My point of bringing this up and what I know now by talking with Rick and I didn't know where you went, Rick. Talking with Rick and I didn't see it, and Mark. They are talking, and we are trying to come to a memorandum of understanding to be able to hammer out all the questions that you guys need to know about what's going to happen when we go to 12-hour shifts. Examples, first, all the personal times, all that stuff's got to be adjusted to 12-hour shifts, and they're working on that. And that, my recommendation is this: we have not come to a conclusion on that yet. That they've not come to a conclusion on that yet. So my recommendation is that if it's possible that I could get maybe we will let the sheriff's department do this for 30 days, if you will, and then we will come back to the table at the next meeting. And once the union and the sheriff's office gets the memorandum of understanding figured out, then we go with it permanently, or actually not permanently, on a pilot project basis, and we finish it out that way. Yes, sir.
That's okay, Sean. That's one you did finish. Contract is a legally binding contract.
Yeah.
Okay. It's currently has in writing how we're supposed to abide by our shifts and how we're supposed to dispense our time. And we're not following those rules today. So if we go get a memorandum of understanding, are we going to continue the practice of not following the rules? Are we going to actually follow the rules?
Well, I can't speak for us following the rules. I was in administration when the rules you're talking about, I'm assuming, are the 8-hour shifts. So I'm assuming that's what you're
Well, that's only part of it.
Okay, well,
Very
I wasn't in
small.
administration then. I know that when I got hired, they were working 10-hour shifts. That's all I can tell you. As far as I'm concerned, yes. I mean, the contract has to be followed, and that's what we're going to do. There is such thing as past practice, and past practice has been for whatever it has been. So I can't speak for prior administrations. All I can do is speak for the one I'm trying to accomplish in there.
Gets over precedent by a binding contract that was agreed upon by both parties. And we're in the process of negotiating a new contract
Yes, you
right
are.
now. And I would hope that we're all going to agree to a contract and we're going to abide by the contract so we don't continue down this path of not following what it is we just agreed to.
Agreed. And
I
I'm
don't
sure
care
that
what the past
if
contract
I'm around, well, I can't speak for anybody else, Pat, but I can tell you what, it's going to be, with my ugly mother around, I'll do my best.
Same for me, Sean.
What's going to happen with overtime if we go to those 12 hours? Is that going to be a big jump? I realize we're trying to.
That is being discussed. We're, if you want to address it,
Good evening, or good night, whatever time it is. My name's Rick Stewart. I am an attorney out of Springfield, but not Chicago.
Thank you.
I'd like to come in. And 2 days ago, I was actually asked by the sheriff to engage to just help him with the small part of negotiating and taking care of the changes that would need to be administered to a contract and operationally to do a 12-hour schedule. Okay. Before anyone asks, I've been an attorney, labor and employment attorney for 20-something years now. I have negotiated over 250 collective bargaining agreements in 3 different states now. So I do this all the time. This is what I do. 12-hour schedules actually tend to reduce overtime. Okay, it takes less people to run a 12-hour schedule in law enforcement than it does to run a 10 or an 8, because you can get 24-hour coverage with 2 shifts instead of 3 or 4, and so you can get more coverage. Now, in order to do it and have the overtime costs go down, the county and the sheriff would have to negotiate with the union changes to the agreement. Temporary changes they would agree, as long as we're on 12s, this is what we'll do. Those changes have not been negotiated yet. That's part of the process. Okay? And yes, you're in contract negotiations right now, so yes, this can be done. The goal here is to provide coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Shelby County, and do it in the most efficient way we can. Okay. There are benefits to 12-hour shifts. I know places where I used to negotiate them in, and I had employees come to me and be like, hey, man, why don't you plan and complain. And then after a little bit of doing 12s, they're like, why didn't we go to 12 sooner? This is so much nicer. You know, we have every other weekend off. You know, if you set it up right, every other Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're off. And it's still, you end up saving on the overtime cost if all the things are handled. And yesterday, Mark and I started talking about how it would have to work, what we could do, what the contract would require, what the parties would have to do in order to make it work. And so that's the goal. Yes, it does require agreement, and we're not there tonight. So,
What about the safety of the officers, the fatigue of the officers?
well, the most they'll work, they will work 1 3-day in a row. Okay, they'll work schedule we've been discussing would start at 6 a.m. to 6 p. The other group would come on 6 p. to 6 a. And the most they would work would be 3 days in a row. So let's say we started on a Friday. They would work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, off Monday, Tuesday, on Wednesday, Thursday, off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, on Monday, Tuesday, and so forth. And the schedule just repeats over and over again. So the most they ever work in a row is 3 days, 36 hours. And now the most they work in a row is 5 days. So it does shorten that down a little bit. It does take a little bit of getting used to, from what I'm told by people that have done it in all the years I've negotiated. Once people are on it, they generally tend to like it, and it generally does tend to be more effective.
My wife's worked it for 40 years. She loves it.
Yeah, I've often joked, I would love to work 12-hour shifts.
She gets half the month off.
I do work 12-hour shifts, but it's usually 5 to 6 days a week, so I'd like to get the half of them off. Yes?
Even if the contract says one thing, as long as FOP agrees to it and the county agrees to it, you can change that contract,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes, you can change it. And any memorandum that's agreed to is going to be in writing, obviously. Have in there that this is what it is. Other portions of the contract will remain in effect. We're trying to do it in a way, the union wants to, put words in your mouth, Mark. They want to help out in getting coverage, okay, and taking care of this scheduling issue. Okay, and so that's why we're sitting around and we're having these discussions so that we can get there. But anything we do is going to be in writing. And will it be followed? I hope so. Spent a lot of time writing stuff. I hope they follow it.
I got a question. What happens if you say you lose another or two deputies on a 12-hour shift, and then you have to start calling men on another 12-hour shift? That's exactly what's happening out here at GP right now. There's a shorthanded, and they're calling ones in that's working 7 days in a row, 12 hours.
I agree. Well,
It's killing some of them.
it is highly possible. I'll tell you right now, it's highly possible we'll be losing another deputy within the next 5 weeks.
I heard that.
So I'm trying to stop the hemorrhage now. I'm not proud of the fact that this has to happen on my watch. I kind of, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere, and I'm working very hard to do this, and it's almost at the point it's embarrassing that it's even happening. But these guys are moving on. It's just that simple, and I can't speak for why they're doing it, but they have. And I've just got to make sure that I provide enough coverage for the county, and not just for you guys, but to make sure that these guys are not out there by themselves. I got to keep that at the minimum as possible. Unfortunately, occasionally, sometimes you may see a deputy out. When I was on third shift, I worked by myself from 3 o'clock until 7. Let me tell you, working and fighting people by yourself is no fun. I did it for years when I worked in Windsor. So it's part of law enforcement, but I wanted to keep that at a minimum. I do not want that to happen. I want to try to make sure that that doesn't happen.
And Derek over here.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that concerns me, somebody being out on their own at night and you need to call for help with somebody else on duty. That's a bad thing. So I wanted to create a visual to hopefully explain this, but I don't have enough hours in a day. So they have 10-hour shifts right now. It's not, 24 is not visible by 10 very well. So what they're winding up with is they have some overlap shifts then. So to get to that 12, what they're doing is just stretching that out to where you don't have those overlaps then too. So, so basically what you're going to be doing is going to, 1 week is going to be 4 days, and then 48 hours 1 week, 36
Yes,
the
sir.
second week.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
So the next problem that causes with current contract obviously is anything over 40 hours is considered overtime. So that hits you with 8 hours of overtime. Mr. Queen found something that we can change. It was like section 7K. I don't remember if that was.
That is one way that could be handled. Yes,
So the
that is
Fair
one.
Labor Standards Act, Section 7K, allows law enforcement, corrections, and firefighters to go on a different schedule other than the 40-hour schedule. Firefighters, usually they work 24-hour shifts, and so they have a different schedule. It's, I think theirs is 170, theirs is either 168 or 171 hours in the 28-day period. The 12-hour schedule falls into that, but again, it's hours of work. It's a mandatory subject of bargaining. So we have to discuss it with the union. But yeah, it's legal.
But it's actually only civilians that require the 7K exemption, because civilians aren't exempt because they're not law enforcement.
The only ones that would, if you were doing it for telecommunicators, or anyone but deputies and corrections, you would have to get the exemption, which is process of paperwork through the National Labor Relations.
So what I found you was wrong.
Yeah.
So that's something we can use or not use then?
You don't need to.
We don't need to because of the MOU.
Okay, does that still go up to like the 84 hours? Can it still go up to 84 hours in a 2-week pay period?
And that's what we're working on.
So what that does is instead of saying 1 week you can only work 40 hours before you go overtime, what that does is allow you to create a 2-week pay period and extends it to 84 hours in that 2-week pay period before you hit overtime. So if you're doing 48 1 week, 36 that next week, you've got, or no, maybe I said that wrong.
No,
86.
that's right. That's right.
84? Okay.
It's 84.
I thought that the 7K thing was actually 86 hours.
7K is 86, but
That's 86, but they'd only be working 84 out of every 2 weeks, so that actually gives you a 2-hour buffer before they hit overtime pay then too. So that solves that issue of not having.
But that's for civilians.
What we would have to do is, again, any overtime issue
I did not know
with the pay
that.
card is, it's going to have to be negotiated with the union.
Right.
But yes, that's part of the discussion, is how to handle the extra 4 hours of work and the change in the schedule so that overtime can be managed.
Because they're under 40 hours 1 week, they're over the other week. So.
Yeah.
One way that can be done is what's called the use, if anybody knows any firefighter, I think it's true. The Kelly Days situation. I don't know if anybody has ever heard of Kelly Days. Yeah, how that would occur is that in the second week of the deputy's pay period, they would be putting in for 4 hours off. Now this is when we get up to fuller staff. There's no way I can do that now with the numbers that I have. But when I get to more staff, they could put in for what's called a Kelly Day. So they would say, okay, I want the beginning of my shift. I want 4 hours off at the beginning of my shift. And I would grant that, and that would take away the 4 hours of overtime. Okay, that's what a lot of departments do. The Effingham City, they both use Kelly Days. So they can avoid having to pay the overtime, and the officers want it.
That's unpaid whenever.
Yes, right. It's built into the schedule. There's straight 12s and modified 12s. The 12-hour shift with the 8 hours, the Kelly Day, that's the modified 12. Well, at least that's the term we use when we're talking about it. Straight 12s is the full 84 hours.
So I guess.
I assume you can't start this until you have the agreement, is that correct?
Well, we talked about this before we came in. Nicole and I did, and we did, trying to figure out exactly, because what I would like to do is, once this gets done, the MOU gets done, I want it to go to the negotiating committee. That was the negotiating committee. Okay, I believe that's the proper chain for that to happen. And then once that, if the negotiating committee understands and sees the MOU, and that's the way I think this should go down. And then maybe at the next board meeting, or possibly maybe in an emergency board meeting, you come back and then we get approval from the board for me to be able to do this. And that's putting the cart before the horse. But I was thinking possibly and we talked about if I could get it, an approval to say, hey, go ahead and start it. And by the time that we come back again on an emergency meeting, you will have had all the T's crossed and the I's dotted. Now, I have finished out the schedule for about the next week or so. I've been able to do that without having to go to the 12s. I did it for 1 more week. It was no fun, but I did get it accomplished for the next week. So, but after that, things really start to spiral and it gets extremely tough, and I'm putting deputies at a disadvantage by at different times possibly being by themselves. That's what I'm trying to avoid. That is what I'm trying to avoid.
So can you meet with the negotiating group right away then?
On the 17th, I believe, is when that is.
Our
document to the negotiating committee at our meeting on Tuesday as a supplemental proposal.
Make a motion to approve.
Jeff makes the motion to approve of Sean's request to go to 12s. Second. David Stewart seconds. Any further discussion? I would like to just make a comment to this. As much as I sympathize with the situation, I don't feel the board should approve in respect to, there's no guidance at the moment. There's nothing in writing, and what we do have in writing is the contract is standing. I just can't see where we let it go and let the chips fall. I mean, it's
A lot more comfortable with presenting it to the,
I would be a lot more comfortable if you had an MOU in hand,
yep.
and then we would have something to.
One is finished, it's just that there's a couple of talking points that they need to cover.
Yeah, I would feel a lot more comfortable supporting that with an MOU in hand, so that's all I have really, as far as comments there.
Can we make an amendment to that, to say something along the lines of, pending that's accomplished, if that's not accomplished by a certain date? I don't know.
I think they're just asking for it to be in effect until the next board meeting, right? The 12-hour shift until the next board meeting, when we would have memorandum of understanding that's close to being finalized now, and we'll have an opportunity to present to the negotiating committee. I think that's what the request is, unless I misunderstood.
Yeah, that would help. I mean, that would get us through until the next meeting. There's no doubt.
The one thing that I wonder about too, though, I keep hearing past practice coming up on the negotiation team, or reestablishing the past practice that we let them.
Actually,
this, or we.
In the draft of the MOU that we sent back and forth, in the draft of the MOU we sent back and forth, one of the provisions would be that it does not establish, the words we use in the MOU are status quo, which is a word used in interest arbitration. So it doesn't establish a practice, it's a pilot program, it's temporary, it can't be held over anyone's head going forward.
That's
part of the terms of it, of what so far has been drafted and been exchanged.
So if we approve a pilot program tonight, the 12s that they work every day, and the contract specifically says 8 hour days, anything over 8 hours is overtime, and then 40 hours a week, anything over 40 hours a week is overtime. What's the guidance on handling that 4 hours every day of overtime? Is that just overtime now? So we're gonna, for the next couple of weeks, we're gonna jump our overtime significantly? Is that how that's gonna be handled? And this is what I'm saying.
It's a good question, and again, my suggestion would be that I have already got next week's schedule done. So my suggestion would be to, let's get to the negotiating team. If you guys want to go ahead and looks like to me you're ready to vote, but I would suggest if we can get the MOU to the negotiating team and hammer out all the overtime stuff and all the benefit time that's got to be adjusted because of 12 hours, that's what I would suggest we do. But with that in mind, what I'm telling you is that as of the end of next week, things are gonna get a little rough on this schedule, and I'm trying to protect my deputies.
I'll just be as honest as I can, Sean.
I want you to be that way.
Yeah. Without a memorandum of understanding in hand, my vote's no, because I don't want to put myself in a situation where we're going to be funding a bunch of overtime. We have to have a memorandum of understanding.
I've got two in back here.
Steve, just real quick, but I guess if these guys would be willing to amend their motion, I would like to see that where we made a motion that if that negotiating team and this team makes an agreement, that they can start the procedure, and then the board approves the procedure at the next board meeting, but give the negotiating team the power that if they all agree that that's what they want to do, that they got the power to start it, report it to the next board meeting. And that way our negotiating team is the one that's gonna work out the deal anyhow. And I'm willing to put faith in them if these guys are willing to amend.
You really trust me that far?
Yes, sir, I do. You guys are not gonna do anything that we aren't all gonna agree to.
As long as he doesn't run Sean short, though. He's telling us in one
I
meeting.
know,
Well,
I
he said
know
that you're gonna
exactly.
meet next week,
I-
and he's got next week covered, so you guys gotta make a deal next week.
If they approve it, we'll just call for a quick special meeting.
That's fine
Put
too,
it
but
news before next week's over.
Call it adjournment, go to the bathroom.
As soon as it's done, we have a special meeting within 40 hours and stamp it and go on from there.
Don't we have to publish a special meeting 10 days prior to the special meeting? And it has to be requested by so many members.
Yes. And you could request it without going through the negotiating committee if you wanted to, it sounds like. There's an interest in it, and you wouldn't have to have it go through the negotiating team first.
What's the earliest date is good for a special meeting? Friday?
It'd have to be in writing, and the writing would have to be done tomorrow morning,
And then it has to be published.
published for 10 days,
You need 10 days published?
and a third of the board has to call a meeting. Correct? Third today is 21, so that's 7.
That's the only legal way to do it, isn't it?
That is putting it better than you. It would address the issue, but like I said, I will support that.
Is it not gonna run Sean short of time, though?
We gotta follow the rules, and if we don't have anything in writing, he's got 10 days out scheduled. And so with that time frame, there could be a couple days in there, literally a day or two, that you would have to run in some kind of skeleton schedule, waiting on our approval. Presuming.
What's your opinion, John? What do you want to do?
And I think that's a good question, John. I don't want an open contract. I don't want I don't want a lot of infighting. I don't want to cause that. I know you guys know, if I'm here and I'm talking like this, you know that I'm worried. I'm worried about my deputy safety, and I'm worried about the amount of coverage that I can provide. So I want to do the right thing in regards to the contract. I know these two definitely want to do that. So if we want to just wait till we get to the negotiating committee and get the MOU and we get it to you guys, I can do that. But understand that, I will tell you this, the schedule that I did for next week, there's a lot of 12-hour shifts. There has to be. I just don't have enough deputies. So I'm just not calling it that we went to 12-hour shifts. I have to schedule 12 hours, guys, on a lot of these shifts. I have to. There's just not enough deputies to do it. So we can either call it and say, okay, yes, we're going to say you are now on 12-hour shifts, or you can wait for the MOU and know that I'm going to be scheduling these people on 12-hour shifts probably just because I don't have anybody else. I don't have any way to do it. So, and I do it that way because it's the best way to do it. Guys, I want to make sure that the deputies that are working here stay here. If I do something now, I promise you that something that it just makes, I know what the contract says. I know that. But if you trust me as a police officer for over 30 years, I start doing things that definitely is not what they want to do and not what's best for the coverage of the county, I'm going to lose more deputies. I'm just flat out telling you that. And I know you guys know that. But if you just trust me that these 12 hours is the way to go, but I want to get there right, and I don't want to mess the contract up. I don't want to do any of that. I want to do it right. So if we want to wait for the MOU, that's fine, but understand that I'm going to be doing 12-hour shifts because I have to do it.
They have to wait for
The 10-day requirement's only when you change the regular meeting date. So like if we were changing next month's regular meeting, we just would give 10 days notice. You do have to publish, but it doesn't have to be 10 days, and it's just at least 1/3 of the members of the board have to request it in writing, addressed to the clerk, and then you have to publish, but there's no 10-day requirement. So we could.
So we could do it the day after the negotiating committee.
Yeah.
Looked it over.
But I would have to have all of those requests tomorrow by noon in order to get it in next Thursday's paper, or even Wednesday to go. All I could do is now, is if I got it to the Golden Prairie News, Golden Prairie could run it in their Wednesday paper next week. Shelby,
Or you can do Herald Review too.
okay.
Yeah, but let's say,
They print every day.
Because we don't have a paper that's published in the county, right? None of those papers are made and published in the county.
For the Harris paper,
No, it just says it's, notice of such should be published in some paper printed in the county. It's not published in the, there's no paper that's published here, but
Golden Prairie News and the Shelbyville Eagle both have to have any items by like noon tomorrow, because they're gonna go to press. The Golden Prairie's on Wednesday, the Eagle's on Thursday. We're too late for Beecher City Journal, who publishes on Monday.
It's printed, none of them printed here, right?
It doesn't matter, it has to, I mean,
It's written, printed.
As long as it's got general circulation, it's in the
if
county.
it's circulated,
Right.
we don't have one that's printed here.
No.
So,
but it still
like
has to
in
be published.
yeah, and the competitive bidding statute is if you don't have a paper that's published in the county, then you choose a paper that's circulated within the county.
If we have to push this back 2 weeks, guys, I'll make it work. If we have to, if we hit it on, I'll do my best. I'm picking up, I have to work Saturday. I'm picking up shifts, I'm working in corrections, I'm patrolling. I'm doing everything I can to make sure that these guys are.
We're gonna work it out for you.
No, I'm just saying, if I have to push it out, I can do that.
Get it. Let us work here for a little bit. We're gonna work it out for you.
Yeah, if we would stop this meeting this evening and then take it up in so many days, what are the notices on that? We don't adjourn.
Question.
We just close the meeting and
That is a good question.
so many days down the road, we come back to the same meeting and extend it. I know it's a procedure, but
Well,
I
the requirement of public notice of a reconvened meeting does not apply to any case where the meeting was open to the public, and one, it is to be reconvened within 24 hours, or two, an announcement of the time and place of the reconvened meeting was made at the original meeting, and there is no change in the agenda. Did you hear that? I had my microphone off. I can read it again.
How long can we postpone the reconvene?
The requirement of public notice of reconvened meetings does not apply to any case where the meeting was open to the public, and number one is to be reconvened within 24 hours, or an announcement of the time and place of the reconvened meeting was made at the original meeting, and there is no change in the agenda. So that's an
So that would get us through that, or we could have the meeting, we could have it next Tuesday night after the negotiation meeting.
It was already on the agenda.
It's already on the agenda to approve the shift change.
We could table this, take up, and go ahead and take care of what other business we can take care of tonight, finish all of it.
So you wouldn't have to change the agenda because it's already on the agenda. The request to change the shift is already on the agenda, so you would not need a new agenda.
No, but I mean, no, if we wanted to come down and do other things tonight,
Right,
past that, there
Yes.
would be no problem there.
right.
Well, I agree. Something.
With all this discussion, do I call for a motion to reconvene on item 13? What's that?
I'll withdraw that motion. That I made, I'll withdraw it.
Good call. Thank you. So now do I call for a motion to reconvene on item 13?
I think you can go through the agenda, and then at the end of it, if you'd like to make a motion to reconvene, you can do that. And we all know the only item that hasn't been addressed then is the 12-hour shift. And we wouldn't have to post a new agenda because there's nothing new. And then you can choose a date and time that everyone agrees to, and then announce it to the public. That'd be the easiest.
So we'll move on to item 14. Eric, we got the floor.
We're almost done.
He went through it all.
I'm gonna make this quick. You can look at your July numbers. What we started with, our ending balance for cash, July, $1.946,852.32. Any questions on that report?
That's good.
Do everything I can.
Everything looks the same way, for the most part. With the exception of revenues down $100,000. Is there any, from June to July, it went from,
Revenues down?
revenue went from 423 to 318.
It's probably, I mean, just state money, whether it's income tax, I know we got last month, and it's just the state money.
Last year, we had $1.3 million in July, and this year we didn't have. Was that $1 million something in particular?
Would be called a property tax disbursement. They
And
went
then
out,
we didn't get one this year, or it was just
we
that
got
much
it on
less?
August 6th, so it'll show on next month's report.
Okay, good. So we'll have the extra $1 million next month.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on the report? The cash report. I entertain a motion to approve the cash report as presented. John Hogue makes the motion. Yeah.
Okay.
Don Tate makes the second. I need your name tags up here. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. You still have the floor, you can go through your resolutions here.
I would like to request approval of resolutions to transfer parcel 072316183111002 from Shelby County as trustee to purchaser Larry Parks for $1,200. We also have parcel 15203418310005 from Shelby County as trustee to purchaser Sherry Middleton for $2,250. And then transfer parcel 18121308 to 1107 from Shelby County as trustee to purchaser City of Shelbyville for $808. These went through the trustee auction.
Motion approved.
Sorry, motion approved, whatever that second that resolution. Is that several resolutions all at once?
There's three.
There's three.
One for each parcel.
Any discussion on those three resolutions? Or, yes.
What's the addresses on them?
I didn't bring that information. County trustee automatically picks them up. They're not redeemed after 3 years. The county trustee then takes them to auction. We do a sealed bid auction. Everybody brings them in. We send them down. Highest bid gets the property for whatever it is they bid. I think minimum bid is usually the $808.
And for most part, it puts it back on the tax.
And it puts them back on the tax roll because when they're held by us as trustee, no taxes are collected.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have voted on, no, we have not voted on the resolution, did we? That we were discussing. So I had a motion by Barb, second by Larry. Any discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries to approve the resolution to transfer those parcels. On the agenda next is item 16, request approval of the county fiscal year, 2021 budget amendments. In your board packet, there were, I believe, 4 amendments that the committee resolved to present to the full board. Amendment number 1 is the county clerk. to add $72,866.62. That is basically 100% reimbursed through grant funds from State Board of Elections in the amounts of $20,469, $10,910, and $41,486 to the Consolidated Election Fund. So that brings that new line item total to $213,366.62, and then add $20,380 reimbursed by grant funds in the amount of $85.90, $73.35, and $44.55 to the election judges line item, bringing the new line item total to $60,380, and then add $4,927.28 as reimbursed by grant funds also to the postage fund, bringing that new line total to $9,427.28. New budget total $495,913.90. As noted, there's no general funds were used in the amendment of this budget. Asking for, I got Gary making a motion, Bob Simpson making a second. Any discussion on the amendment? And this is a budget, so we need roll call. All as one?
Yeah.
Okay. So Gary, you want to pull that motion? We'll do all these at once.
Okay.
Sorry. Second amendment is Community Services Special Fund, which is a special fund. They were asking to add $166,380 from the mental health reserves as of 6/30/21, total of $1,333,933.63 to the Shelby County Community Services line item with a total of $546,380. The new budget would be $808,380. Here again, it's a special fund transfer, basically. Item 3 is the ROE, which is the Regional Office of Education, to add $6.57 to the County Share Regional Office line item, bringing the new line total to $44,606.57. New budget will be $44,606.57. Sheriff Department, add $188,665 to the holiday and overtime line item due to back pay. The new line item total will be $328,665. The new budget total will be $2,383,706. Now I will entertain a motion. Gary makes a motion to approve the budget amendments. And Bob second. Any discussion? Questions? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
Kenny Barr.
Yes.
Barbara Bennett.
Yes.
Mark Bennett.
Yes.
Teresa Bank.
Yes.
Paul Kennedy.
Yes.
Dennis Durbridge.
Yes.
Jesse Durbin.
Yes.
Gary Gergany.
Yes.
Rod Height.
Yes.
Larry Lenz.
Yes.
Patrick Lyons.
Yep.
Robert Borman.
Yes.
Gary Patterson.
Yes.
Derek Piercy.
Yes.
John Pope.
Yes.
Robert Simpson.
Yes.
Jeff Slifer.
Yes.
David Switz.
Yes.
Don Tate.
Yes.
Lynn Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. 20 ayes.
20 ayes, motion passes to approve the amendments as presented. Next, I'd like to request approval of the proposed Shelby County fiscal year 21-22 budget. It's in your board packets. It's also been, no, it's in your board packets. Entertain a motion to approve the budget as presented. Mark Bennett will make the motion. Get a second. Gary Gergely seconds. Any questions, comments on the budget? As it stands right now, for the record and minutes to show, the budget being proposed is on the general fund budget. The revenues were expected around $4,980,531. The total budget from the general fund is expected to be around $5,535,307, leaving a deficit of $554,776. In the special funds, the special fund revenue is expected to be around $7,617,745, with the special fund expenses to be around $8,746,188. $8,746,188, leaving a deficit of $1.128443 million. Leaving a total deficit of $1,683,219. Any discussion? Questions?
Bob, you want to explain why that's so big?
Right, so in reference to, I'll start out with the special funds. This is the one that stands out. The special funds are grants and or specific fees that go into a certain earmarked purpose. So that 1.128 number is just a budgetary discrepancy of actual received monies versus what the expenses are. I can point out a couple of them that I remember off the top of my head when you look at the 21 budget versus the 22 budget and the special funds. There are two big heavy hitters in there. The airport's got an $800,000 project this year. That's all grant funded. Those grants have not been received, but it's in the budget to do those projects as soon as the grants are received. The highway department is one of them that I was really intrigued by when I was reading through your information. The highway department, their budget basically jumped almost $1 million from the 21 budget. But when you look at its expected revenues through grants and other things, it's actually a lot larger number. So the revenues really aren't illustrated very well. Then on the general fund, when we look at the $544,000 discrepancy, we also note that Brian Kaufman in the committee meeting noted that at the end of this year, we're expecting to be carrying excess cash into this year. Although it's not showed as revenue, the funds are still there. We also noticed that in the trend lines, there are ups and downs in the graph, but moving through those revenue trend lines, the ups and downs are on the increase. So we felt comfortable presenting a $500,000 deficit with expectation that it'll be covered, even with revenue that we don't know is going to be there yet. So that's a nutshell explanation. Barb?
Most years they usually come out and black. We might have a little bit of a red, but normally we always come out in black. And that's what we tried to explain to you last year. And you all threw such a fit about this whole thing.
I didn't understand it. And
Yeah, we had to bear the brunt of it.
This report that Erica hands out, will tell you the bank balances in a lot of these special funds. While these bank balances can't be viewed as new revenue, most of these special funds do have a bank balance. So that's something else too.
And in my opinion, truthfully, if they're spending the special funds, they're using the funds that they generate, let's use them and alleviate pressure off of everything else, so. Any more questions, comments, anything I missed? I pretty much got it all.
So the bottom line is, we're not looking too shabby.
No, not too shabby, and I will say this, in the draft audit presentation, I asked 2 questions. One was, what's the bottom line of the special funds, and what's the bottom line of the general fund? And the bottom line coming out of 20. So, not this year, but last year's finances, the special, don't quote me on this, I don't have it in front of me, it's right around 780,000 surplus in the special funds and 177 or 117. It's over, 177? 177 carried over in the general fund. So I remember in 20, we passed a $700,000 deficit budget and we still yet carried money over. Yeah, almost a $200 million, but between the 2 funds. But, like I said, $750,000 was in the special, and then the short $200,000 was in the general. So, as aggravating as that, and
Stress that, when we start with a checking balance of 0. So that's the way the budget's built, when it starts from 0. So our checking balance that we're going to carry in after August 31st actually shows a 0 on the budget, but it'll be roughly $1.5 million, I guess, roughly in there that we're going to carry in the new year.
so,
my squiggly sprite line's held done.
huh?
My squiggly sprite line's held done.
Yeah, putting together Excel spreadsheets and taking in all the data, when you show trend lines and you can show, you look at a lot of different numbers, it really starts to put an illustration on where we're going.
That's a little trick I learned from Caterpillar.
So, any other discussion? Gary?
What we've got to watch, though, having been on before, is each year those numbers are growing. And we've got to watch what we spend, how we spend it, and use it the best possible way we can, because one of these days it's going to get to where we're going to fall short on those numbers when it comes in the year. So we've got to work at cutting some corners and making sure we're getting the best out of the money.
And, also in that discussion, you have to keep in the back of your mind to recognize that, like the lady from the union stated, we have minimum wage increases, we have wage increases that are just coming throughout the years. Hopefully we can keep up with it. That's really all we can really ask for, is just try to keep up. And I would like to see, it's like with anything, I would love to see the revenue train hit before the expense, but I think we'll be all right. Mark?
We also did quite a bit of discussion about moving our fiscal year, as most of the other counties in the state are, to December 1. Will help a lot to be able to analyze our budget easier.
It'll draw in our revenue, to a certain period of time that matches up with our budget budget year, revenue year would be more like that. What he was alluding to was one option, and I would recommend this as a 3-month to set you back 1 quarter, or do a 15-month, and that would, to me, a 15-month, you put together one budget, it carries you into the alignment of revenue and budget year, and, but that's a discussion for another day. But yes, put the bug in all your ears, that was discussed as far as the budget goes. Any other questions, comments?
Would it be easier to do a 15-month one than a 3-month?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And either way you cut that pie, it's gonna be almost 2 years. If the board decided tonight that we're gonna do a 15-month budget, it'd be 2 years before we'd actually get on the cyclical alignment. So, that's a long-term decision. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
Kenny Barr.
Yes.
Barbara Bennett.
Yes.
Mark Bennett.
Yes.
Teresa Bain.
Yes.
Paul Canaday.
Yes.
Dennis Durovich.
Yes.
Jesse Durbin.
Yes.
Gary Gergening.
Yes.
Rod Height.
Yes.
Larry Lenz.
Yes.
Patrick Lyons.
Yes.
Robert Orman.
Yes.
Gary Patterson.
Yes.
Gary Piercy.
Yes.
John Poe. Robert Simpson. Jeff Slifer.
Yes.
David Switz.
Yep.
Don Tate.
Yes.
Lynn Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 20 ayes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes to approve the fiscal budget, fiscal year budget 21-22. Next is item 18, 21-22 liquor licenses. I'm asking approval for, do I have to do these individually or together?
They're all in the back, and we know what they are.
Okay, so, liquor licenses to be approved is the Oak Terrace, that's a resort over at Pana, Illinois. They are a Class 3 resort. Their fee is $600. The second one is Volume Vineyards at Stewartson, in Prairie Township. It's a Class 4 winemaker. Class 7 banquet hall. Their fee is $1,000. The next one is Twilight Distillery at Stewartson. It's also Prairie Township. It's a Class 8 craft distiller at $500 fee. Castaways at Coon Creek, Shelbyville, Illinois, Oakville Township. It's a Class 1 beer, Class 5 restaurant B, fee of $1,000. Willow Ridge Winery, Shelbyville, Illinois. Ridge Township, Class 4 winemaker, Class 7 banquet hall, fee of $1,000. Jackie's Gaming here in Shelbyville, Shelbyville Township, Class 5 restaurant B, fee of $500. Last is Eagle Creek Golf Course in Finley, Oakville Township, Class 6 golf course, fee of $600. I entertain a motion to approve those liquor licenses. Don Tate makes the motion. Danny Durnovich seconds the motion. Any discussion on these approvals? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Abstain. Abstains. Thank you, motion carries to approve the 21-22 liquor license. Up next is item 19 with discussion of salary of Sean McQueen. Nicole, you have the floor.
As you know and as we've already discussed, Sean's the interim sheriff until there's an appointment made or until the next election, whichever comes first. Pursuant to 55 ILCS 5/4-6003, which is the county's code, the county board in all counties of less than 2 million inhabitants shall fix the compensation of sheriffs with the amount of their necessary clerk hires, stationery, fuel, and other expenses. So the position of the sheriff has the salary set. Sean took the position June the 26th. And he took it pursuant to 55 ILCS 5/3-3010, which reads, where the office of the sheriff is vacant, the deputy chief or under sheriff, if designated by the sheriff to fill the vacancy, shall perform all duties required by law to be performed by the sheriff and have the same powers and be liable to the same penalties and proceedings as if he were sheriff until another sheriff is elected or appointed and qualified. So I brought this to the board's attention. Right now, Sean is receiving the salary of the undersheriff. If the board would like to make a motion to pay him the sheriff's salary, that's within your right to do so. Right now, the salary of the sheriff has been set by the county board, and he is in that position. So I'm asking for clarification as to what the county board intends his salary to be effective at the date that he took the position on June the 26th of 2021. And if you'd like to discuss, and if someone would like to make a motion, I think clarification is in order as to what his salary should be.
I'd like to make a motion paying the sheriff's salary retro to when he took the position.
I'll second that.
Motion by Barb, second by Lynn Williams. Jerry, were you wanting to make a motion or
I'll
second?
just make a comment. I didn't get to make a motion or second, but I will make the comment that he is without a doubt is the sheriff. He's doing all the sheriff's work. He's doing some of the undersheriff's work. Because there is not an undersheriff until he finds out what's gonna happen. So he's earned that. I believe he did a good job. I think he did a great job.
Gary.
Nicole, now the Democrats have so long to appoint somebody to fill the opening, is that correct?
They have 60 days, and I did email that information to the county board some time ago. There is an attorney general opinion that discusses it, and it says that the 60 days is advisory, not directory. So if they do go over the 60 days, they do have the opportunity to appoint someone after that time frame, according to that attorney general opinion.
But do they still have the legal right to appoint somebody now? Is that 60 days up yet?
No, it was June.
The 60 days would have started from announcement, wouldn't it? From when we declared it?
Which was last month, I
Last
believe.
meeting.
Yeah.
So they're still within their time frame, but if they go over, they still have the ability to appoint someone, according to the attorney general opinion. Yes, whoever they appoint, if it's approved by the board, it would be that person until the next election.
The question, who has appointed Sean? Nothing against Sean. I've been asked that question. Who appointed Sean?
It is
If
by
the Democrats
operation of,
did.
it's by operation of law, and the statute is the one I just read, which is under the county's code 55 ILCS 5/3-310, which reads, when the office of the sheriff is vacant, the chief deputy or undersheriff, if designated by the sheriff to fill the vacancy, takes that position over. The sheriff did designate him, he filed it with the county clerk as he was required to do.
And that did require it to be a Democrat.
No, it could be either party, it's either the chief deputy or undersheriff. In this county, we have the undersheriff. And he did make that designation, so Sean took the position. If and when someone else is appointed and approved by the board, then by operation of law, Sean steps back from that position if it's a different person. So he's in until someone else is appointed or until the next election.
If someone else is elected, is he able to step back from the salary?
If someone else is elected, Sean's in a position where he may lose his job because he's not union. He started off as undersheriff, now he's in the position of sheriff. A new sheriff could come in and decide not to keep him. He doesn't have any union protection. So he doesn't have any guaranteed salary after the election.
And he is legally sheriff today.
Pardon me?
He's legally sheriff today.
By law, yes. Interim sheriff until another sheriff is appointed or elected.
Sure.
I guess two questions. One, what's the specific statute?
She just read it. She just read it twice.
Let me finish my question. Is there something that determines like what, in the case of, I know that the sheriff's pay is defined, I guess, but in this particular scenario, is there something that defines the interim sheriff is to be paid at that?
No, it's the statutes I already read that the county board fixes the salary of the sheriff, and right now by operation of law, Sean is the sheriff. We just don't know how long that will be for. but it was effective June the 26th.
And then what's the big difference between the two, I guess, is my other question.
I think it's about 300, Sean will know, about $300 a month. Is that right?
I think it's 5,000 a year, I believe.
It's 5,000 a year, he said.
Any questions, discussion? Bob calls for a vote. This is a expense money.
Well, this money is already technically, wouldn't you say this money's already been budgeted?
This money is budgeted. In fact, the sheriff's department will be ahead of the budget because Sean's doing the job of sheriff and undersheriff at this time. We're not paying an undersheriff and a sheriff. Right now, he's been receiving the undersheriff's salary.
Well, he'll eat that at the moment.
So I just have one.
He doesn't get overtime.
One comment before we take the vote. In the terms of elected offices, what's the proper procedure for replacing an elected office? Like, when I was appointed to the board, the committee recommended me to the seat, then the board voted to replace me as an appointed official. Then the election happened, I became elected. Well, this is the same, to me, this is the same situation where we have an elected official who resigned effectively. And to replace that person, the board should name that person by nomination of the appropriate party before that transition happens. Maybe I'm off kilter there, but I just don't.
It's a different statute that applies to the sheriff because the county can't go without a sheriff. We need a sheriff, so it's a different statute, and that's what I just read, is that when the sheriff resigns, he can give it to his undersheriff, which he did.
Right.
And then the Democrat Party, in this case, it's Democrat Party, can recommend somebody for your consideration and approval.
And even that statute says acting as if sheriff.
Yes, I read that,
Right.
that he, shall perform all duties required by law to be performed by the sheriff and have the same powers and be liable to the same penalties and proceedings as if he were sheriff until another sheriff is elected or appointed and qualified. So he's in the position until another sheriff is elected or appointed and qualified.
I saw the presentation, but okay, go ahead. That was my question, comment. Any other comments, questions before we take a vote? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign? No. I have too much reservation on the whole situation.
Good if you want to be a sheriff.
Who the party recommends?
Call them, tell me it's whatever you want.
Up next is item 20, and Nicole, you still have the floor. Discussion of determination of tax exemption for the county farm.
This is for this year, since the county farm is not being farmed, we are eligible potentially for a tax exemption. And it's on the agenda to determine if the county would like me to apply for the tax exemption through the Department of Revenue. The effect of that will be is it will likely be approved, and then next year we won't be having the argument about whether or not the county should be paying the taxes for this year. And we have until October to do that.
Jeff makes a motion to apply for tax exemption. Bob Simpson seconds it. Any discussion, questions? Hearing none, all questions?
I find this ironic that we asked for this several months ago to be applied for, and we're just now doing it.
You asked for it to be applied retroactive, and that we can't do that. That's for this year, for 2021, because we're not farming this year. We cannot go back and apply for an exemption.
No, we talked
a
about
year
this
ago.
in committee about seeing if it could be qualified for.
It was talked about it, the committee that approves it was out of, whatever you say, they weren't meeting. So she said we had to apply for it later. That's the way I remember it. she said we had a time frame to apply in the spring and a time frame in the fall. Maybe Debbie can answer that. And I thought we were in between when the committee talked about
That
it.
exemption can be applied for while the Shelby County Board of Review is in session. They came in session the second or the first week in June.
Yes, we missed it.
No, we were
You can-
talking
no,
about it
no,
before they were in session, right?
Yeah, you talked about it before that, yes.
What were you gonna say? We can apply for it and just wait till they go back into session?
They are in session now.
Right, right.
You can apply for it while they are in session. Once they're done with their work and out of session, you have to wait till they come back in session. And it goes to the Department of Revenue. The Department of Revenue makes that determination. Just because you're an exempt entity, you do not automatically get exempt status. Even the federal government has to apply for an exemption. It's granted through the Department of Revenue. You cannot grant it, I cannot grant it, no one can grant it but them.
Any other questions, discussions? All in favor of the applying for tax exemption, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And we are at item 21, Gary Patterson. Thank you, Margaret. You have the floor.
Thank you. Basically, what I'd like to do today is our real estate taxes for the 2019 crop year that we're doing 2020 on the Shelby County farm, and the 2020 crop year that we're doing 21. Neither one of them have currently been paid. The 2020 doing 21 is $6,029. It's in two tracks, but that's the total of the two tracks. The 2019 doing 2020 is also in the same two tracks. That total is $5587 is the tax bill.
Taxes went down, didn't it?
No, that was the first, 5587 was the first year, and 6,000 was the second year.
Well, on the
Oh, yes, they're different than here. I'm assuming there must be fees added into the one on the, which I don't know, do we owe fees or not owe fees?
Penalties involved since they weren't paying on time.
Right, and who gets the penalties? The tax people we didn't pay, or who gets the penalties if we pay a penalty? Does it go to the taxing bodies we didn't pay? Does anybody know? Debbie know? So it goes to general fund. So I guess I question whether we owe any extra fees, because we owe ourselves, we're back to that again. We didn't pay the bill. So if we pay ourselves an interest fee for something we didn't pay, and we put it in our bank account, I question that that is correct. But I guess I want to finish, and then we go into discussion. But that's the first thing I want to mention. Then the second thing, I think we've all seen the Attorney General's opinion that came out June the 3rd to everybody on the board. Took it forever to get here, but it got here, and I'm just going to read one item out of here. It's on page 9, and it's taxation of public property leased for private farming. And basically, it says, in answer to what Nicole, she sent him the lease, she sent him all the details. It says, you also inquire which party to a county farm lease is responsible for the payment of property taxes. By express statutory provisions, the owner of real property on January 1st of any year is liable for the taxes on the property for that year. However, parties may, through clear agreement, shift that burden of liability. And it quotes all the laws that bring that up. And then the last sentence is, as indicated previously, the lease agreement that underlies your inquiry is silent with respect to which party is responsible for the payment of property taxes. And during this whole report, it very clearly stated that we are definitely taxable. We have paid taxes since we've leased it for farming. We've paid taxes for 40 plus years on that farm. and up till 2 years ago, we'd always paid the taxes. We were going to, in the future, write it in to where the tenant would pay for the taxes, but that hasn't happened yet. But the 2 years that I'm talking about, there was nothing in the contract for the tenant to pay it. It was definitely a taxable item. We owe it. We're past due, and I'm making a motion that we pay it.
I'll second. Kenny Barr, second. Gary Patterson made the motion to pay the taxes. Kenny Barr seconded the motion. Discussion.
Yes.
Oh, Mark.
The documentation that Mr. Patterson just read off of, taking whatever paragraphs out of it, I understand that. But I wish you would all look at the very last page. In bold letters it says, this is not an official opinion.
That's exactly
Which
right.
cancels the whole 16 pages.
And it says that several times in here. I totally agree with that.
Then why do we use it when it says, point blank, this is not a legal opinion?
So our only way to get a legal opinion is just to take this to court then, is that correct?
That's the one thing I've seen. I don't like it either. But you
No,
can't
I'm just asking your opinion. If this is not good, then our only other choice, it looks like, somebody needs to take it to court. And then if it's ruled that we don't owe it, we don't owe it.
I understand. But if we're going to take a document and use it legally, it does not need to say at the end of it, it's not a legal opinion.
And I think Nicole
We
told
can't
us
just
that
pick
months
out
ago,
the
we
words
could say
we
that.
want to. You have to go by the whole document.
I did. I read the whole thing. I hope you all did.
Right. And I pointed out in that conversation months ago that when the AG puts out an opinion, an actual opinion, it says at the very end, this is determined. This is determined. That, to me, that document was ambiguous to, if you have this, you have that. If you're in this situation, you can do that. But it didn't really give any definitive guidance.
So they don't give you a ruling. So, I mean, it looks to me like we either make a decision and say pay the taxes, or it's got to go to court, or it's not going to happen. That looks to me like our only two choices.
Did you say,
Yes.
Gary, they don't give a ruling?
Yes.
He just repeated that they do give.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, they will give a ruling, they will give a.
Sure they will.
Oh, they did?
On other, if you read other AG opinions, at the very end, it will give the definitive left, right, up, down, yes or no.
Oh, you mean all the things they quoted in here?
At the very end, it will say these are the determinations. That says this is not an opinion, but it's really ambiguous. But I had Lynn Williams over here comment.
I have one question. If we, the board, approve this for paying the taxes, okay, I see us coming into two different roads here. One, if we pay those taxes, and two, if the treasurer decides not to pay them, where do we go and what do we do? This needs to be brought up in discussion, because this has happened.
You go to court, like you went to court on the Ed Flynn opinion, and then it'll get appealed, and the appellate court will decide, and we'll go through it all again. That's what'll happen.
So if she decides she doesn't, then it costs everybody, right?
Yes.
I do have one more comment. On the question that Sonny brought up earlier this evening, I guess the answer that I still have for that is the tenant paid the cash rent, which was gross income. Expenses are paid out of that. Normally, we paid the taxes, and so the general fund ended up with the profit dollars in the general fund, but there's not, that I know of, a separate fund that the farm was kept track of separate, and then the profit only put in the general fund. All the transactions from the farm went to the general fund. So dollars were put in there, like $40,000, let's say. We have $8,000 in bills. Really, the taxpayers had $32,000 coming, not $40,000. We're not really spending the taxpayers' money because that farm didn't make $40,000; it made $32,000.
But you have to be specific about where that money goes, Gary. You can't just
Is
take
that
it
not
out.
where it went? Did it go to the general fund?
You can't just take it out of the general fund willy-nilly and pay it somewhere.
It probably should have never been in there, I don't know.
No, it's the same discussion as gifting taxpayer dollars for anything. If you make a gift, then that's point blank against the law to gift a dollar of tax money to anybody or anything. I think it was on the CEO program that we had a discussion about 2 years ago. So once it goes into the general fund, it's tax dollars. Irrelevant of if it was generated via a rent check or a tax, taking in tax dollars, every dollar is considered tax dollars.
So we
So
shouldn't
every
pay
dollar
any
coming
expenses.
out then gets divided into the taxing districts, and that's where the double taxation and the taxation without representation comes into play.
It looks to me like we handled it wrong,
And absolutely.
because we should have put the profit only in there, not the whole amount.
It should have been divided, and it should have been divided at the time that the contract was written. There should have been 2 checks installed.
There's got to be something to pay the bills, like we may have to pay limestone. How do you pay for limestone if you don't have it in a separate account?
Budget for it.
That's,
But that goes out of the general funds, the taxpayers are paying it again.
those budget lines were for maintenance of property. So that's where those dollars come into play.
But we didn't budget the income. Okay, that's just my only comment. I'd like to vote on it.
Like Steph wise, we have voted to pass this a couple times. So this is just redoing another thing.
There,
Yeah, I mean, obviously something got botched here before a lot of us were sitting here. What's the consequence of just saying somebody messed up something in the past, forget about it, move on? What's the consequence of not paying it? What happens? Anything?
Nothing happens unless and until you sell it, but it's not what the law is, we should have paid it. So I guess we would be violating the law.
I think we're violating the law if we pay it.
That's not what the Attorney General holds, it's not what Gift and Winning holds, who contracted
In general,
people
we're
at
not rule
prosecutor.
on that. I'll disagree with you on that. It said it wasn't an opinion.
If we don't
Says it
owe
right
it,
on the
why
document.
in the future it wasn't going to be added on the contract? I mean, our new contract said we had to add taxes
They've
on
already
it.
did for a year. Call the question, vote on the damn thing.
call the question.
We've already did 100 times.
All in favor of voting for the taxes? Do a roll call, please.
Okay, Kenny Barr,
Yes.
Barbara Bennett,
Yes.
Mark Bennett,
No.
Teresa Bank,
Yes.
Paul Canaday,
No.
Dennis Cernovich,
Yes.
Jesse Durbin,
Yes.
Gary Gergany,
No.
Rod Height,
Yes.
Larry Lenz,
Yes.
Patrick Lyons,
No.
Robert Orman,
No.
Gary Patterson,
Yes.
Derek Piercy,
No.
John Poe,
No.
Robert Simpson,
Yes.
Jeff Slifer,
Yes.
David Switz,
Yes.
Don Tate,
No.
Lynn Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 12 ayes to 8 nays with Mark Bennett, Paul Canaday, Gary Gergany, Patrick Lyons, Robert Mormon, Derek Piercy, John Poe, and Don Tate voting no.
Okay, motion passes to pay the taxes. I'm going to skip over 22. I was anticipating the audit report tonight. We'll go straight to 23.
Okay, my motion was to limit public body comments to 1 time per meeting instead of the current 2 times per meeting. Sometimes we've had even 3. And speaking 5 minutes per person, but there was a lady over here that spoke and said that might have been a little too much. But anyway, that would be my motion. And to the board.
So Lynn Williams makes a motion to limit public body comment on the agenda to one time per meeting and limiting to 5 minutes per person.
I'm not gonna vote for anything that infringes on any God-given right.
I have a motion, I have a second.
Okay, now we got the discussion.
Discussion.
It's within the law.
Hold on, Lynn. I got discussion over here.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to Lynn's motion that we do not yield time, and it's 1 5-minute period per person.
5 or 3?
Well, you got 5 down, I don't care, I can make it 3. We'll just say 3 then.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
So the amendment,
At the beginning of the meeting,
say that again, please.
no yielding of time, 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, so the amendment is no yield of time at the beginning of the meeting. I have a second.
And I accept that.
David seconds that. We're going to vote on, we're going to discuss the yield of time at the beginning of the meeting. Any discussion? Pat?
What the board rules state on public comment?
Board rules is no.
No, it is in there. I've got a copy of them.
One comment on public body comment.
Yeah, you asked me to go through them and get them rewritten. Then we got put on,
Can you recall which show member? This is member.
Yeah, there's nothing about member comment.
the copy I've got has it in it.
The copy you may have had made.
I got it from you.
Yeah, that's not official. I don't know if that was discussionary or what.
I don't know. It's what you gave me to work with. You said those are current rules. And Nicole provided me with copies from several other places.
Voted on 5 minutes? We ever voted on 5 minutes?
Well,
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that's the document for setting rules.
Yeah, I know, not saying they're previous.
this would be an amendment. This would be an addition to the rules.
Good.
So legislative body doesn't need to do that, then it'll be done by full board.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine.
this would be done by full board.
And
And
the full board can rewrite it.
in there, doesn't it require a certain voting pattern to make amendments to the order of business? All changes? Is there anything about that? The 15th rule of the order of business states, no alteration shall be made in any of the rules of the board without consent of the majority of the members thereof, or without 1 day's notice being given of a proposed change. So we've been given notice, and it'll be the majority of the board to make the change to the order of business. Here, comment.
Now, there's 30 items, I'll just round it off. Each person would only be able to talk on one topic.
3 minutes limit.
3 minutes.
Can I ask, what does no yield of time mean? I think.
So, in a yield of time, what happens is you have one member of the public speak for 2 minutes, yield their last minute to the next, and then they would have 4. And then if they only use 2, then they would yield the next 2 minutes to the next person.
Okay.
That's a yield of time.
Can I ask why you're trying to muzzle the public?
Oh,
Well, I know why you did, it ain't her, but
well, I'm asking, he's out of order.
you didn't count her out of order. Were you discriminating?
Any other discussion?
I need
policies that I've seen that has 2 public comments, and my concern is kind of, it did sort of magically appear on there. I don't want to by any means limit that, but I also say 3 minutes is not long, because we got 30 things on the agenda. I mean, if somebody addresses 2 or 3 things, I would.
That's why you have
fine.
representatives in your area. You go talk to your representative, your delegate in your county, in your district.
But
That's why you have your, that's why we're on here. So if they got a problem in my area, they come to me, problem in your area.
But having said that too, I think that the process needs to be that we should have a public body comment policy in place that should outline that sort of stuff, rather than somebody having to go back through the minutes of the meeting to figure out what in the world our
I
policy is.
state my motion, I stick with my motion, and I ask for this motion to be voted on.
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
he's got a motion on the floor, he's got an amendment that we have to deal with. So,
The agenda says 5 minutes.
And it got amended to 3.
The agenda says 5.
this is
Can't amend
the,
an agenda.
we're voting on the, well, this is called a vote. Any other discussion before we go? Vote.
What are we voting on?
So this is what I'm getting ready to say. So the vote is on the amendment, Jeff's amendment to his motion, and that is to go to 3 minutes, no yield of time. At the beginning of the meeting. One at the beginning of the meeting. One public body, 3 minutes, no yield of time. That 2/3 vote for it.
No.
No, it's a majority to change the rules of the board. So if we change the rules, which if we add a rule, that's to change the rules of the board.
And there's nothing in your order of business, period, that even talks about public body comment. I mean, so there's nothing in his order of business that even discusses public body comment anyway. So I don't know that you're really changing your order of business.
All in favor of the amended motion, 3 minutes beginning of the meeting, no yield time. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
No.
No's are, raise your hands. Mark, Pat, Derek, John Pogue, and myself. So the amended motion carries. So that's done deal. The original motion is then covered.
No, wait a minute.
The original motion was covered by the amended motion.
When's that take effect, Bobby?
It passed.
Bobby, when's that take effect, today? Or next
That's
meeting?
one day, I think.
No, they need to do it next meeting. We don't want to,
No, it won't be today.
I mean, I'm going to be chewed out by this guy behind me.
Got a
That's
motion.
That was.
We amended Lynn's motion. Now you got to vote on the amended motion.
We did? No, we just voted on the amendment.
We voted the amendment.
We voted the
Now the
amendment.
amendment applies to the original motion, which has to be voted on.
Right.
Okay. So,
Yes.
okay. All in favor? Motion by Lynn, second on that one was the second by, can you second that, Ray? Yes, seconded. That makes sense. The amendment covered the original motion. And it passed. If it failed, then you go back to the original motion. It passed. The amended motion passed. You don't go back and then vote on the original because, no. If it failed, then you go back to the original.
We never originally voted to put 2 public comments on this anyway. It was just stuck on there. So we never voted on that.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay. Well, I'm still confused. He made a friendly amendment, which we, well, let me finish. Hey, it's, what, 10:30? I don't care.
I do.
But it's, I still think you have to vote on my motion.
If the amendment failed, we would retract, we would go back to your motion.
Okay.
You're good. It's back.
I don't know if I did or not.
You did pass it. I hope you did.
I don't know.
On the, next on the agenda is, item 24, committee reports. Any committees like to dom?
Okay, I got some information from Sean a while ago regarding carpet in this room that I've had been told has a safety hazard. I haven't had a chance to review it, to make some kind of recommendation to the board or to my public buildings committee meeting. Also, we've had a number of issues with the elevator in the courthouse, and I had a meeting with two representatives from the people that do the elevator maintenance, and Tim Culver, the courthouse maintenance man. They are preparing a estimate to solve our elevator problems, which they say will be a new operating system for the door on the elevator car, new indoor doors for the car, possibly new elevator exterior doors at each floor. I have not received that information yet. Once I receive this, I will be calling a Public Buildings Committee meeting, and we'll discuss the proposals and then bring it to the board. Many do not believe that the cost of the elevator repair will exceed the $30,000 where we would have to go out for bids, but I haven't received their information yet to say for sure.
Any questions for Don on that committee report?
The concrete around the building has been completed. I don't know whether, I wasn't at the bid meeting the other day to know whether there was a bid in there or a bill for that. Well, that bill will be coming next month.
Is there anybody in the courthouse that works down in the basement that noticed the drainage improvement by chance? And just, that was one of the concerns, the drainage, and I didn't know if anybody's here to comment on that, just curiosity, but not yet. Any other committee reports?
The insurance committee met,
Yes.
and we discussed two issues. One was settled. The recommendation of Travis and Katie and associates about a problem with somebody who had retired, and it was determined at this time that there's nothing going to be done at this time. It was recommended by Travis that he didn't think that there was any fraudulent intended upon this person. Actually really cost himself more money is what he did. But the other discussion was around family insurance. There's been families, employees who are asking about coverage for insurance and costs. And Travis said he needs to know numbers. He needs to know spouses and children in the households and stuff.
Yep.
It sounds to me like it's going to be pretty expensive.
And those additions are not cheap. It's almost,
It's unbelievable,
Almost
but
cost
he needs
prohibitive.
numbers in order to come up with figures for these people.
I've made a comment that if it's unreasonable, we need to recommend the insurance company, which, on top of that, remind you that we are not self-insured if we're dealing with insurance companies, just to be clear.
And also another comment on the same subject is, that was a major factor for our core officers that left and went to other areas, was the cost of their dependent insurance.
John.
Has there been, or will there be any inquiries or interviews to the person that cost us $34,000, or is that gone?
What was presented, and I spoke at length with Travis, who's the vice president of Consociate. I spoke to him on the phone at length. He has said repeatedly from the beginning that there was no evidence of fraud. I asked him to come to the insurance committee meeting to say it himself, and he explained it. I don't see it as being fraud or anything criminal or anything that involved a theft. The person that's involved in it actually cost himself money by not taking the Medicare plan he should have, and then still paying $900 a month into the county insurance, where he could have gotten cheaper coverage from Medicare for approximately $300 some. So he was costing himself over $600 a month, and it appears that he was ill-informed about what plan he should have been choosing.
We were both losers then, weren't we? He lost and we lost?
Yes.
I'll pull up Erica back here.
I spoke with Travis today. He said there was not intentional fraud, and he said he could not say that he intentionally committed fraud. It was a material misrepresentation. He was on a certain part. He had certain Medicare coverage. Travis told me today he couldn't believe as a county we weren't pursuing.
That is what he
Oh,
said.
he told me the opposite, and we had him come to a public
That is
meeting
not
when you
I
guys were
was in
having.
that public meeting and I heard what he said.
Yes,
And
he
you
said
also
it wasn't
asked him
fraud.
if he thought that Keith did something. You were asking him to get in Keith's head and say what Keith was thinking. There was a materials misrepresentation, and we retro terminated his insurance 19 months.
There was
The
more
county is
discussion.
out $34,297.01, which we do have the option to pursue civilly. I asked you to do that on April 23rd. I said, I don't know if it's criminal or civil, and
It's
nothing was
neither.
done. That is not true.
That is true.
It is not
But,
true.
but Nicole, she left the meeting and didn't hear the continued conversation that we had.
It's on video and it's posted. I've seen it. And I've talked with Travis, and I dealt with Travis every month through this thing, and I deal with him on an ongoing basis.
Huh?
I guess my question is, who's the one that stated fraud, the word itself?
Now, where'd that come from?
Where did that come from?
The word fraud is actually in the consociate language.
But did it come from you then?
It's in the consociate
Did
language.
it come from you? I'm just asking yes or no.
Did what come from me?
Fraud, the word fraud, putting that in.
What's that got to do?
I've asked her a question.
I said, I quoted it from the consociate, and I sent it to Nicole and others.
So-
I sent it to the
so
thing.
that
It
is
says
you
a
said it was fraud.
misrepresentation and fraudulent.
Okay.
The language is
Thank you.
in the consociate contract. It's 115 pages.
Lynn, she did not say it came from her. She said it came from the consociate. She said, I read what came from the consociate. I read it.
What he said.
If we read, why wouldn't
About $34,000.
You want to read every document that comes to the courthouse?
Well, if it's fraud, we could be.
$34,000. Who's going to get that money?
No, let's continue on to the reports. Yeah. Zoning.
I'm good, I just said, days ago, it was all my minutes.
I'm just not going to grab it.
We are having,
It was bullshit.
a meeting on Monday, 27, not sure that that is for the windmill ordinances, we're going to have both committees meet together to deal and planning on that, so I guess Jeff has been saying that quite a few options have been taken over in part of the county for wind farms. We need to get that done too.
That meeting's coming up on the 27th.
I think that's what it was.
That sounds
The
right.
letter.
Probably posted something.
Yes.
The 19th.
Maybe it is. It might be the 19th. All these days were.
19th is next Thursday.
It's next Thursday in the evening.
Yeah.
Can you read me what he said? Can you be there?
Yes, I'm.
There is a Board of Appeals and Planning, is that right?
They're both meeting together,
Both
so they can hear
committees.
all that together.
Yeah, both committees are meeting on the 19th in the evening. The 6 or 7. It'd be in courtroom B.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure what time. You recall what time? 6 o'clock. So that'll be on the windmill. Okay. Any other committees like to report? We'll move on. I'm gonna skip over 25. I'll put it back in after 28. We'll go to 26. Chairman appointments. Entertain a motion to reappoint Public Defender Brad Robb Jr. by administrative order, and then reappoint Michael Frazier as conflict public defender. Reappoint, I need a motion for each of these individuals, right? Okay, all right. Motion, entertain a motion to reappoint Public Defender Brad Robb. Barb makes a motion, Danny seconds it. Any discussion? Carries none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next is reappoint Michael Frazier as conflict public defender. Motion to do that.
I move.
Gary Patterson makes the motion. Can I get a second? Right over in the back, Paul Kennedy. Any discussion on Michael Frazier? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Reappoint Weston Company as county auditor as the 3-year contract. Motion to reappoint Weston Company.
I move to table this until we see an audit.
Yeah.
Final audit.
Motion to table, David Switz, we get a second.
Yes.
Gary Patterson. Have 3 of them. All in favor, any discussion on, never mind, no discussion on tabling. All in favor, table Weston Company, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I'd like to make the motion to appoint Jeff Slack to the Law Enforcement Committee. Can we get a second? Danny Dernovich, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Excuse me. I entertain a motion to appoint Richard Harley and Lance Berry as trustees for the Drainage District 1 Pickaway and Hodge Point. I do have the updated
What's the length of term, Bobby?
It's right here. Now therefore, it is to be ordered that Richard Harley is hereby appointed to serve as commissioner for said district for a blank for 21-year period, as we filled in, 21-year period, effective the first Tuesday of September 21, the said term ending the first Tuesday of September, or until a successor has been appointed or otherwise qualified.
This becomes effective when?
It becomes effective the first Tuesday in September of this year.
Gotcha.
And I didn't know the term, if it would be 1 or 3 years, so I left that blank for you to fill in.
Is that the same for both of us?
Same for both.
If that's the same district, one should be, depending on where the third one's at, it could be a 2-year, or it could be a 1-year, or it could be a 3-year as well.
If one of them is appointed.
We just did a
They go in
3-year.
three-year cycles.
We did a 3-year for Robert Bridgman. So one of those needs to be a 1 and one of those needs to be a 2.
Do we need to vote on term?
No, whatever they put down would be fine for the appointment.
What then, Dave?
Yep.
So that is the terms on that, on the drainage districts. Entertain a motion for Richard Harley and Lance Berry as trustees.
Make the motion.
Second. I've got Mark Bennett and Jeff Slider seconds. Any discussion? Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next, I'd entertain a motion to appoint Richard Kuhn as trustee for Okanee Drainage Town, or Drainage District 1. And the motion, Kenny Barr makes the motion. Bob Simpson seconds.
Again, my question, what's the length of term?
I believe he's a 3-year, because his attorney turned that in.
Is that effective also at September 7th? Because actually, we're not supposed to appoint him until after September 7th.
This will take effect the first Tuesday of September, and it will be a 3-year term.
Actually, we're not supposed to appoint them until after the first Tuesday.
I can hold this one till September if you want.
Should we retract the other two?
If you want to do it the right way, I would.
Y'all agree, district set up that way, or?
It's all in the drainage code. That's the way they're all placed. They're either appointed or they're elected. And it all takes place the first Tuesday, or second Tuesday in September. And they've got 30 days, roughly, after that Tuesday to get appointed.
So the September meeting,
The September meeting should be loaded with them. Should be.
I have the calendar, but
It's the first Tuesday next, or as soon thereafter as may be feasible, so you could do it next month if you want.
That'd be the 9th of
September.
September. Yeah.
yeah, it would be after the. All right, so I'll make a motion to retract the Richard Harley and Lansbury as trustees for Drainage District 1, Pickaway and Todd Point, until September.
Like to do that.
Can I get a second on that? Mark Ben on second. Any discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you, Slifer, for clarifying that. 27 is my request to appoint Erica as data coordinator. Is there anything you would like to say,
Sorry,
Erica?
I do not want that position, given the hostile work environment in this county and the fact that the payroll policy that I've asked to be enforced for 18 months now, can't even be enforced, isn't being discussed, will not be enforced. I am not going to take on the GATA portal responsibilities as far out of compliance as that is according to the state. I will not do it, will not be a part, so maybe State's Attorney Cronky can take on that role as well. I have no desire to be a part. Thank you.
I'll withdraw this. Well, we'll just skip over 27.
We do need to get it going, though. The airport's about to lose $800,000 in grant money.
He's applied for grants. This is the venue in which all grants come through into the. Somebody makes a motion, we can amend it. So, what's on the agenda is to appoint Erica. I'll make the motion to appoint Erica. Somebody amends it, then if they want to nominate, I don't, that's saying you would accept the position. You know, they could,
But
so right here, yes, sir.
she's declined, so she's definitely right out of the mix. Is that right? I want to get this straight.
Right.
Okay, so, and now you're asking for somebody to make an amendment to be able to put somebody else in?
No, I'm asking.
Okay,
asking.
I'm sorry, Bob, I'm lost.
Right, so what I'm asking is to make a motion on the agenda item,
Okay,
and then somebody make an amendment to that agenda item, and move on the direction we want to go. Okay, somebody. Does that make sense? Okay.
I'm going to table that till next month, till we find somebody that actually wants to do it.
second.
Do we have time for?
Well, we, I believe, are going to have a motion to reconvene this meeting. We could add this topic to the meeting, because we already have the agenda posted that there's an appointment on the table
Table it
for
for
data
next
coordinator.
So we don't want to
So
do
you
it.
wouldn't even have to table it?
Yeah, so we
Can we add an agenda item to a reconvene meeting?
Then we're going to have to make a posting and
I don't think we can do that.
give, well, actually, they're not going to be ready on, I just got a text about the memorandum of agreement on the Unicon contract till after next Tuesday. So we could potentially schedule a special meeting, with that issue, and, I mean, this GATA issue is extremely important, they're gonna lose a ton of money.
So if somebody's named this GATA person, they can sign this?
The GATA
Yes.
portal has to have an authorized agent to sign off on everything in the portal.
I understand. So whoever we name that can sign this and we can get the airport grant going.
Yes.
All the grants.
Roads.
I think we need to do it tonight.
I'll accept it if you want to appoint me. I don't want the county to lose money.
I'll nominate.
We had,
I need a motion.
on number 10, Steve listed, is that beyond the question, or
Yeah.
see you can do it?
Point of order. He did make a motion.
Yeah, Dave.
Made a motion to nominate her. Okay, second. Dan Marovich. Any further discussion? All in favor of, all in favor of appointing Nicole as GATA coordinator, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. In correspondence, real quick, I did have a correspondence from the Windsor School Superintendent, and he was extending basically an invitation. So, as reads, it says, "Good afternoon. On October 29th, from 12:30 to 3:30 at the Windsor CUSD is offering from 12:30 to 3:30, Windsor CUSD is offering a poverty simulation for our staff. The U of I Extension Office will be offering this professional development to assist our staff with understanding how students deal with living in poverty. I'm extending an invitation to the Shelby County Board to join us for this event. The event will be free for any kind of board member who would like to attend. I feel this would be a great opportunity for the school and the community to work together to bridge the gap with students in poverty. Could you please pass this along to the Shelby County Board? Thanks, Erica and Hoagland." So that's the correspondence. I just wanted to let you all know that is October 29th from 12:30 to 3:30. It'll be at the Windsor School, and like I said, it's put on by the U of I Extension Office. So
Is it the high school or the grade school? Do you know?
I'll find out. And I would probably presume the high school. So that's all I have for correspondence.
You would probably get there, maybe you send us an email about that, so.
Yeah.
Just suggest.
So I said I would take and move chairman updates to after 28, the correspondence. The only update I really have for you is something I've battled with for a lot of days, maybe a few weeks, and this will be my last meeting as chair. I wish to resume my chair seat on the board, or retain my seat on the board, but not as chair. I have entirely too much ramping up, and to keep up and do a sufficient job is not, I don't feel it's going to be right. So this will be my official step out as board chair. So at the next meeting, please put on the agenda at the very top to elect a new board chair.
I think you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the approval of the claims. Purchasing. Any comments on the approval of claims?
It was all, what was presented was passed unanimously.
Okay. I need a motion to pay the bills. Bob Simpson, second. Kenny Barr, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call.
Kenny Barr.
Yes.
Barbara Bennett.
Yes.
Mark Bennett.
Yes.
Teresa Bain.
Yes.
Paul Candidate.
Yes.
Dennis Shurlovich. Jesse Durbin.
Yes.
Gary Gergany.
Yes.
Rod Height.
Yes.
Larry Lenz. Patrick Lyons.
Abstain.
Robert Warman.
Yes.
Gary Patterson.
Yes.
Gary Piercy.
Yes.
John Poe.
Yeah.
Robert Simpson.
Yes.
Jeff Slifer.
Yes.
David Switz.
Yes.
Don Tate.
Yes.
Lynn Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes 19 ayes, 1 abstain.
Okay, last on the agenda is the final public body comment. Steve Malega will pull you up.
Just real quickly, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and for the consideration of the future chairman. I've been serving 9 years on the East Central Illinois Area Agency on Aging, and as a representative for senior services for Shelby County, that's your piecemeal, your home deliveries, that's your respite care, your ombudsman, and long-term care in that. And so for either the public or for one of the board members, someone that would think they'd want to serve and represent Shelby County for the future appointment with that 16 county planning area that has all this federal money that's part of the Older Americas Act, the new chairman then would making that appointment at some point. They have term limits. In September, I've served 9 years. I'm at my term limit, and it'll be time for someone else to step in and do that job with them. I can't go any further because of term limits. But great organization, does a lot for Shelby County, and you can learn a lot too there. It's really, really fantastic operation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
John Kraft, give your hand up.
Yes, I did. I would like to ask that you reconsider that somebody submit a motion to reconsider the item on limiting public comment to one item per, or one time per meeting, and then you change it to 3 minutes per person. The item listed on your agenda that you told the public you were voting on is limited to 5 minutes per person. Some people like me think 5 minutes is enough. Other people like me think 3 minutes is not enough. Your agenda said 5 minutes. You voted on something else. The same goes with the appointment as a GATA coordinator. There's 2 items and 2 separate things for 2 specific people to be appointed as a GATA coordinator. You didn't appoint either one of them. You appointed the third person. That's like putting something on the agenda to, buy a house and you decide to buy a truck instead. You have to vote what's on the agenda. You can't change it. If you said something similar to adopt a new public comment policy, period, then you could have decided what type of policy, how many minutes, and things you could put on you could vote on. But you specifically said 5 minutes. I'm asking somebody to make a motion to reconsider both of those, and you can bring it up to the next meeting.
I'd make a motion to reconsider both of those. He's absolutely right that those are not.
Did you vote in favor of the motion?
Huh?
Did you vote in favor of the motion? It has
Yeah,
to
you
be
had to
made by
vote.
somebody that voted in favor of the motion.
That's to be on the winning side.
The GATA coordinator, I did vote in favor.
How about the time?
The time I did not. So I'll make a motion to reconsider the appointment of GATA coordinator. Give a second.
At your special meeting, that you're going to do the other thing on, or the sheriff.
We're gonna reconvene anyway,
Oh, that's
so
what
we
it
can
said.
always just put these topics on the reconvene meeting.
Yeah,
If
right,
there's going to be an issue with
We don't have to wait, so.
John.
I didn't know if you did it or not. I was going to take a motion to reconsider the time.
I made a motion to reconsider GATA coordinator. I actually vote in favor of that.
I'm talking about the time.
So can I get a second on that? Mark Bennett seconds. Any discussion further?
Yeah, discussion on the time and the
We're
motion.
on GATA.
Oh, we're on, okay.
We're on GATA. I voted in favor of GATA. So I made the motion to reconsider. Mark Bennett seconded. Any discussion on GATA?
I guess vote would be what?
Just to reconsider reconsider the appointment.
Okay,
So this
vote no, then that's illegal.
No, if you vote in favor of reconsidering, then it goes to the reconvene meeting.
Then we take her off for what we moving forward.
So,
One
favorable,
question.
favorable retraction.
Can the agenda be changed for that reconvene meeting and put somebody's name in it? No.
No, the agenda for a reconvene meeting has to remain the same.
So that means we do say two people.
Not especially in emergency. And that fits changing, it just can't fits into an emergency.
You have a second?
And that is.
I had a motion and a second.
So does that gap.
Read the motion. I'm serious. Sorry.
I move to reconsider the appointment of Nicole to GAT as GAT coordinator. Mark Bennett seconded. That's the motion.
Okay, so if we vote,
Yes?
Yes, to
Take her off.
reconsider, that undoes what we just did.
okay, and if I vote no, to keep her, okay, that's what I want to know.
Voting no means that nothing changes.
Okay.
Keep her there.
All in favor of
Got a question. So if we postpone this till the special meeting, is it what's on this agenda?
If we
Or
call,
will it be a new agenda?
if we call a special meeting, it'll be a new agenda.
A new agenda, okay.
Reconvene is same agenda.
All right. Then we'll
40
still have
hours,
time.
or is it 24 hours, or within a specified time.
You have to post the meeting for 48 hours, it's not a 10-day requirement, and we have to publish it in the paper
On the reconvene.
on the special meeting. At a reconvene, we could just name the date and time now, but you can't change the agenda.
So, motion to reconsider. I made the motion, Mark seconded it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
No.
Noes, raise your hands, please. We got Lynn, Kenny, Bob, Danny,
That's
huh?
Paul,
Paul,
Larry.
Larry. Anybody else want to raise their hand? Motion passes to reconsider,
Yeah.
for GATA coordinator, 14-6. Then, I need a motion to reconsider the original motion for public body comment. John Pogue makes the motion to reconsider.
I think you have to be voted in favor of it before you can reconsider.
Correct.
He voted no.
Yes, you did. Can I get a member that voted in favor to vote?
I will.
Jeff Slifer makes the motion. I get a second to reconsider the amendment to Lynn's original motion. Can I get a second on that? You can second that, John. John seconds. Any further discussion? Now this reconsideration is to put down the amendment and go with the original motion.
And then we can change the original motion, change the time at some other point?
Yes.
The original motion was 5 minutes at the beginning, one time. One spot on the agenda.
Okay, so we can change it later.
And deal at the time.
So that's not on the agenda. Your agenda item is 5 minutes at the beginning, or one time on the agenda. When a public body comments, or one time per meeting instead of the current 2, and limit speaking to 5 minutes per person. So it is one time at the beginning. I'm sorry, one time per meeting, so it'd be beginning or ended. But, so So 1 time per meeting, 5 minutes per person. That is the original motion. That was in the amendment. That's what we're reconsidering. So we reconsider this, we go back to his original motion, and we vote on that.
And then we fix it later.
And then we can,
We'll take care of it later.
then we can make adjustments later.
Yes.
So, Jeff Schleifer made the motion to reconsider, John Pope second. We've had any discussion, we have any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye for reconsideration. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
No.
Opposed, Kenny Barr and Bob Simpson. Any other no's?
I wasn't at.
Larry's a no, Lynn's a no. Motion passes 16-4. So we will bring up, we'll go back to Lynn's original motion.
Okay, can I,
State your motion.
okay, okay, I've got to go with what I put on the agenda, or can, point of order is because regardless of what I put on this agenda, it says public body comments, and instead of 2, or whatever this says, isn't Robert's Rules of Order where people can amend things? Just because I put this on here doesn't mean you can't amend it, right?
You were specific in what you were going for. If you were open and then said all you want to do is limit public body comment, just like John alluded to, that is a vague agenda item. So if somebody makes a motion to buy 10 pizzas for supper tonight, and somebody says, no, I want to amend that to buy 12 pizzas for supper tonight, that's that. But there's something specific on the agenda that needs to be voted on.
Okay, I'll stay with my original motion, limit public body comments to 1 per meeting.
It's already passed.
What's
We
that?
didn't vote on this.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Listen, I move for public body comments to 1 per meeting instead of the 2 current, and limit speaking time to 5 minutes per person. I so move.
Give me a second. Second. Kenny Barr seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Aye.
Now, when do we get it fixed?
Next meeting.
Can we do that at the next special meeting?
Yes, put it on the agenda.
I agree with what you just did now.
But if you're calling a special meeting, everybody that calls a special meeting has to specify everything that's on the agenda. The time, date, place, and so you're really gonna have to get your heads together if you're gonna have a multi-piece agenda. So, I mean, yeah.
So is that passed, everybody, or what it did?
It passed.
It passed.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah, motion passed.
Passed, okay.
I voted no.
Okay. Now we
We've
go
had,
on.
we've had public body comment, we've had corrections made. Any other business we get in the county? Any other comments we get in the county? Jeremy, public body comment, sorry.
Yeah, I got a few things. I know, sorry. I'll shut it down. In the insurance committee meeting last week, I point blank asked the associate representative if his company would pursue legal action, if his company were the one that was out $34,000, and he said yes. And I've got that on video. He said yes. Okay? There's been an assertion that he didn't. He did. His company can go after it. There's no reason that this county can't go after that money for the taxpayers that got shafted. Also, the payment of the farm taxes, the county board as a whole just let down the people of the county, giving the taxpayers a shaft on another thing right there.
going to use our tax money to go all over where we don't have representation and where we don't get benefit services from. And I think a whole lot of you need to resign over that. Yeah, you can laugh all you want, but you just screwed every taxpayer in this whole county. You double taxed the taxpayers in Rose Township, and you taxed without representation every other taxpayer in the entire county. How do you not understand that? It's been spelled out several times. No answer? Lynn, why do you want to muzzle the people? Is it because you're tired of us calling out illegal activity? Is it because you're tired of us calling out misappropriation of taxpayer money? No answer there either?
These guys cost more money than
Any other? Move to adjourn. Motion to adjourn by David Squid. Barr seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Further right.
Well, I tried to do the right thing, but and I gotta say this, when it's getting so tense in here, when somebody from the public comes
yes, I do, yes.
says something,
I was telling my wife,
kind of busted out.
did you ever remember who came?
The only reason I did
I make mistakes too.
you did too. That's the only reason.
But I'm saying we all do. But anyway,
Ryan graduated in 67. I graduated in 68.
Good to see you.
At that time, we was playing a lot of basketball together. At one time, I was just